The media greatly influences society. They inform people about what is happening. It permeates people's lives by creating their own criteria and opinions. In this way, the media moves the masses, creating different social movements.
For over 60 years, the people of Ambazonia were deprived of such privileges. The privilege to enhance their own criteria and opinion. They have suffered cultural genocide for 6 long decades, but not in this age and not with undaunted ABC Amber News on board.
You must understand that wars are fought and won in the media. The speed of the revolution and Ambazonia's quest for freedom cannot be explained without highlighting the diligent use of the media.
Franco-Cameroon colonizers, among other strategic moves, weaponized the media against Ambazonia for so long, and they continue to do so even today. The question would be, how much do the oppressed people of Ambazonia need to counter the media rage?
Indeed, how much more is required to stop the genocide? The carnage in Ambazonia didn't start today. In 1961, 1972, 1984, 1992, Ambazonians were slaughtered in huge numbers and help was not forthcoming. Why? Because the oppressor was the piper in the media.
The good news is we have what it takes to dictate the pace.
Right now, ABC Amber TV is taking advantage of the wonders of multimedia aggressively
to inform the misinformed and disinformed with undaunted and other revolutionary programs bringing it to the news untold stories.
Most importantly, to win the media war by taking ABC Amber TV into every multimedia platform.
In a word, where the importance of storytelling can never be overemphasized, Ambazonians has to tell her own story, not the other way round.
And like we say it always, Ambazonia must narrate her story accurately. We can do this together, you know, right? You are just a click away. Visit our website at www.abcambertv.com, and the steps are quite simple.
With just a click on the website, you can become a club member with so many benefits.
You can also make a one-time donation, advertise and showcase your goods and services at the marketplace on the website.
That was easy, right? You're welcome on board.
And thank you for opting for the winning team.
From the Savannah to the Midland and the Atlantic, Ambazonia has risen to fall no more. Ambazonia rise.
Dear Ambazonians on the home front and diaspora.
Dear Ambazonia freedom fighters in the home front and in the diaspora.
The Ethics Commission of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia is coming out to alert you that it is becoming more and more evident that the former British Southern Cameroons, aka Ambazonians, will soon emerge as the newest nation in the world.
We are calling on all of us to start preparing to receive Ambazonia as parents prepare to receive their firstborn child. Malcolm X said, tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. We are already very educated, talented, and very rich in natural resources. Do all this guarantee a safe and prosperous Ambazonia? The answer is an emphatic no. Theodore Roosevelt said, to educate a person in the mind but not in morals is to educate a menace in society.
Ambazonians, it is time to start planning to restore our cultural and social values.
That means I know you. I support you because of your name and not of what you are capable to do. When I try to go left, I see that I'm stuck. I find right, I'm stuck. I find a middle and choose and create a group. So this group politics or crowd politics is what is making the diplomacy in act trying to go a little bit slow. When I mean the diplomacy in act, trying to go a little bit slow. without this interim government. Again, please put your phone on and listen and take my voice. There is no act. I think a lot of time I've done outings and I've repeated this very statement. And a lot of you have seen it. And now you understand it. Because there are some groups in ACT that you hear the name of group. ACT is a coalition of frontline groups. Ambazonia coalition team of frontline groups. ACT is divided in such a way that those having forces on the ground have more members, supposed to be 4. And those without have 2 representatives. Now, when you call a group, I think in anything, in any language in this world, group means more than one person. I'm sorry, just a second. Something wants to go wrong. Group means more than one person. But it has been in Ambazonia, the definition of group is a single, just an individual, or a family union, sitting there, husband, wife, maybe children. So sometimes we ask ourselves if we are really serious for the independence, that we are really fighting, killing ourselves. Our people are dying, more than 35,000 to 40,000 houses, so almost 60,000 houses, or I mean, you can say the numbers yourself. So there is something that we do for those who have cars. I think nearly everybody is having a car. Majority of diaspora do drive cars. There is something you do with your car, overhauling. And it's time we think ACT should be overhauled. We cannot sit down doing a very serious diplomacy, big time business with international organization and having one person calling itself a group, or having some 2, 3, 4 people who are doing absolutely nothing. I think I have to repeat that statement. Absolutely nothing apart from talking in Ambazonia. I was with one very devoted comrade, a senior medical practitionist. When I called the name of a member of ACT who talks a lot and does just nothing, he was shocked and told me we need to talk again about that, because I've had a lot of confidence on that person. That brings me back to my statement in Ambazonia that we love names. We love names, we love titles. Yeah? Once you're a doctor, it means you know everything. Once you are whatever, you know everything. Once you were one time old and making and running your mouth on TV or wherever, you know everything. I will repeat what Ayuk Dabe Julius the first president, let me give him that respect, of Ambazonia, once said when he was here in Munich, this revolution is a relay. You run with a stick and pass it over to your next partner. And while your next partner is running, to give the other person who run to the finish line, you stand behind and cheer. But I've realized that in this revolution, we must stay. We are used to the La Republique system, where a speaker of Senate, or whatever they call that, the organization or group of friends that they have, will be carried on the wheelchair to bring up to speak. When I mean wheelchair, I don't mean he, she is handicapped. It's because he is old, dement. So we are having that phenomenon following us in Ambazonia, which unfortunately some of us will never ever accept that. Thanks to the brain work of some members of ACT who are still devoted, and the coordination of our president, ACT is still standing tall and strong. When people will go out tomorrow, they will use the word that we are singing praises, hallelujah. That's how they sing praise to Paul Biya. Well, let me say thank God, although I've graduated church, that those who know who is Dr. Ella, I don't sing praises to anybody. I say it as it is. This president have done a lot to make sure that ACT is recognized internationally. When you do something, I praise you. When you don't do it, I tell you straight that it's not. And if you try to want to be tough, then we will be tough, both of us. So I'm not saying it because he's here. I'm saying it because that is the truth. And for anybody who wants to challenge, you can prove me wrong. Because I will say this, and I will say it abundantly clear. If you want to know anything about ACT, don't go around and ask anybody. There's no boasting of anything. Ask me. Unfortunately, that is unfortunately, let me use the word unfortunately, I represent this interim government in ACT and all the international contacts work with us together. It reached a level that some group of friends had to really disgrace Ambazonia. But we were strong enough to put out that disgrace by writing to an international organization asking them to dismiss their member because the member is working with us or know us. The letter was so naive, and the reply was very, very straightforward from the organization by telling those people who, I don't know who advised them, that we don't tell you people who to employ or not to employ, so you cannot tell us who to dismiss or not to dismiss. That was his clean, clear-cut reply. For those who don't know, this was really a letter sent out from, okay, I will not use names, so you can guess who were those. If we are having a town hall today, other people are putting a flyer talking why the interim government is not in ACT, you can know who are those people. So without taking a lot of time, ACT is going smooth. ACT is working hard. ACT is being recognized by the international organization, and ACT is having now the chairlady who has a vibrant, wonderful plan. And I wish the chairlady have to put up this plan so that the Ambazonia people know what we want. And she has said it. We need more people in ACT on various teams. ACT has various departments. You have the legal, the engineers, you have the economists, the historians, the geographers, the geologists, and everything. And during this negotiation, what is negotiation? How do negotiation function? All these teams have to work together. They are the people who will be supplying the information to our chief negotiator, whoever that will be, who will now take all those things, because the chief negotiator is not God. He's not the one who knows everything. He gets the information from us. We send all those information to him or her, whoever we're going to be our chief negotiator. So please, as you are here today, use this opportunity to contact myself or the chairlady of ACT, because we cannot do all the contacts today. We want to have a short meeting, as there are going to be question and answer. And when it comes to the diplomatic fair, let me thank my diplomatic team and all those who are doing diplomacy behind the scene. You can see the results coming bit by bit. And I want to tell Ambazonians who are seated here today, please, let's go to work, because at any moment from now, mark my word, today is the 30th of June, any moment from now, La Republique will surprise us. They are always waiting that we get weaker and weaker, so that they will now jump in and come. But I hope they are also here listening to us and knowing what we're doing. We have a team that is already working behind the scene, although we need more members. So at any time, we're prepared to receive them. Without much ado, I will end at this point, and we'll wait for questions. I think during the question and answer, more things will be said. So thanks for listening, but go with this home. ACT is standing tall and strong, working hard, and thanks to our president, who is putting all his time to make sure things move forward. He will welcome each and everybody, Ambazonia, who wants to join. Bring in your expertise, and let's work and see that we foster the process of our independence. My pleasure talking to you guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Secretary, for educating our population, the Ambazonians, and worldwide, well-wishers international organization, though they know what is going on. And it's always a very good thing to educate ourselves on an important team like the Ambazonian Coalition. So thank you so much. We need to be focused, as you said, and stop calling names. Those are just distractions. So I will introduce the President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, Samuel Ekome Sako, and to have a statement from him regarding diplomacy and negotiation. Buddy.
fellow Ambazonians, concerned international community. The journey of Southern Cameroons to freedom from slavery and colonialism did not begin today. We have some experience reading through our history. We do not have to create any superstructure to govern negotiations with La Republique at any time. That is a misunderstanding we need to correct. The Ambazonia Coalition Team Act was and is just an expression of our willingness and intention to negotiate with La République du Cameroon as a people who are widely represented by their trusted interlocutors. In 1953, our forefathers negotiated our autonomy with the Crown of England as a delegation, not as a superstructure. In 1961, the same leaders negotiated our future with the government of Ahidjo in Pumban as a delegation, again, not as a superstructure. In both cases, the Southern Cameroon's delegations were headed by the head of government. Hence, EML Ndele led the delegation to talk with the Queen, and Foncha led the Southern Cameroon's delegation that negotiated our failed union with La République du Cameroon. These delegations were constituted by the government in power, the leading political parties at the time, and the head of government. Besides, I've not seen anywhere in the world where a complete new political military superstructure is created, dissolving all liberation groups just to meet the other side for negotiation. If any, that is far from our experience as a liberation movement. Sometime in December 2018 or early 2019, the Swiss government, responding to our request to the Swiss Federation to serve as mediator in the ongoing conflict with La République, contacted me, and I summoned leaders of SCNC, SCAPOS, CAM, Maurice, SCYL, the defunct consortium, etc., and some independent Ambazonians around the world to come together and take up this opportunity offered to us by the international community led by the Swiss Federation. That is how the Southern Cameroon's Leadership Council, the SCLC, was formed. Shortly after that, one of those invited to be part of that association had the guts to dismiss the IG from the SCLC. When the same kind of thinking tried to destroy the Swiss-led process, we decided in Montreux, Switzerland, to change our appellation from SCLC to the Ambazonia Coalition Team, or Team Ambazonia. And we let go the internal saboteurs. The following were highlights of our foundation agreement for our new association. Please take note. We agreed that one, only organizations that were created prior to the constitution of Act were admissible as members. Two, that admission shall remain open to all liberation groups interested in the Swiss-led process. Number three, that no splinter of the founding members, present and future, shall be admitted into the body. Four, that Act will not be a superstructure, will neither dissolve member organizations nor absolve their autonomy, meaning Act is not a transitional authority. It is a loose association of organizations that endorse the Swiss-led process and therefore agree to constitute the Ambazonian delegation that will manage negotiations with La République du Cameroon. Unfortunately, some members within ACT saw this initiative as an opportunity to question the leadership of the interim government. dissolve the IG or take authority and control away from the interim government. And every attempt to remind them that ACT is a loose association of friends of the Swiss-led process organized to prepare for the eventual negotiation with the Republic was futile, especially because this continued to think a liberation group is only relevant to the extent that it is represented in ACT. We kept insisting we make ACT strong. We wanted ACT to be the platform to decide on matters ranging from defense, ghost towns, joint treasury, communication, etc. in the struggle. They seem to forget that the relevance of any group in this struggle is established outside the Ambazonia coalition team, not within. Let me be clear here that the interim government does not need ACT to be relevant in the struggle. We created ACT, and in fact, we still lead in ACT because we are not just relevant, we are the principals on the Ambazonian side in any negotiations. We made the decision from the beginning of this process that the interim government will lead, but Ambazonians shall be in charge of the negotiation process. We engineered the creation of ACT as an association. Hence, we cannot resign from it. That will be tantamount to dissolving ACT. What will remain of a so-called ACT Team Ambazonia without the interim government? Which group, excluding this interim government, among the 12 groups in ACT, has the structure, the follow, and the authority to implement any form of agreement reached with the Republic on any negotiation table? It smells like another failed coup d'etat for any member of Team ACT to suggest that the interim government resigned from ACT, but ACT is still in existence. Someone even said if IG wants to return to ACT, IG should apply. How can you build your own house and give yourself a quit notice? Then someone asks you later to apply to come back to your house. Apply to who? Dear international stakeholders, what unites Ambazonians is not a structure per se. It is our end goal of restored independence. Our agreement or disagreements now at this time are temporal and superficial. Our final agreement or disagreement is what matters. It will not depend on who was and who was not part of the Ambazonian delegation at the negotiation table. It will ultimately depend on our take home from the negotiation table. Anyone can lead us to the table, but make sure you bring us nothing short of independence. I don't have to be on the table before I endorse a negotiated agreement that achieves our goal. Those who insist they must be the ones on the table before they endorse any outcome, good or bad, in this war, they have a selfish agenda. Participating in the negotiation process will be a patriotic call to any Ambazonian that will be invited. It is not and will never be an entitlement or reward for age, activism, or social media presence. It shall be on merit. This is our chance, perhaps the very last chance, and we cannot gamble with it. As I told you last time, I tell you again, I know what Ambazonia wants. I know when an agreement is good and when it is bad, but I don't think I know how to do the job of negotiation that experts do. I will therefore stand by the table to observe, like our Ambazonia restoration forces in the jungles. I may not sit on the table, but vetted, smart, and die-hard patriotic Ambazonians shall be on that table to represent us. I and the ARS can judge whether an outcome is acceptable and reasonable or not, but we cannot handle the nitty-gritty of negotiation. and I hear La République du Cameroon is sending people to come and see me, that will not be necessary. They should simply tell the Swiss or the US State Department that they are ready to meet with me, with Ambazonia, rather, and we are going to constitute a delegation that will meet with them for any pre-talk. I don't have to be part of any pre-talk. My participation on any table will depend on the level of representation from La République side. If Bia will be on the table for pre-talks, then I will be on the table. Those who think I am wrong should tell me what is the meaning of 2 states of equal status. Yes, I will not talk to anyone from La République government outside the ongoing mediation process, period. The mediation process is led by the Swiss government, endorsed by the international community. We, however, call on the US Department of State in particular and members of the Security Council to do all to bring La République to the table sooner than later. This process is very much alive, as much as we know. We are grateful to the international stakeholders in support of this process. We are building our team stronger and stronger, notwithstanding the lackluster attitude of La République du Cameroun. From the front lines, I can tell you that we are now nearer to the end than many of us know. The negotiation table is just another battleground. It is not where all disputes must be settled. Negotiations are only possible if both sides are willing and agree. La République should take note. However, we in the Act, an interim government, reserve the right to declare this process as unfruitful and dysfunctional and withdraw our mandate to the Swiss government if La République continues to despise this process while massacring our innocent civilians as seen in recent days. We will be requiring clear and definite answers from Switzerland in the weeks ahead to determine the fate of this only opportunity for a peaceful dialogue or negotiation. Be it known that we are not for dialogue because we are losing the war. We are calling for dialogue because we value every innocent life lost both sides. Thank you for coming. We'll be here for some questions that we'll be able to provide some answers. God bless Ambazonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
our
President.
president.
We are behind you.
Thank you.
President, we are behind you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, our able president.
We are behind you. We are behind you.
Thank you, the only
Take no day.
God we have seen the only president who does achieve
Are behind you.
for every
Ambanagotaya.
God protect you for us in Jesus'
only
name. I
one
pray.
and 6 years.
Ambanagotaya.
Holy water day. Holy water day.
Why is standing because the people there is
But our Joshua,
without
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yeah, also a wonderful presentation. Yeah, very great one as usual. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll move to the fifth point on the agenda. Team Ambazonia members that they will have to speak on the role of women in negotiation, role of civil society organization in negotiation. So I will leave the floor to the chair of ACT, if she's present, so that she can coordinate this particular point on the agenda, because she knows very well all those principal actors in acts that they would like to present something.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I really appreciate you, and thank you for helping us, Mr. President. Thank you for that good explanation. I think many Ambazonians seem to have been confused, thinking that every movement or every group, whether na you and your friend for Nanjangi small group, una suppose to interact. The one when they for act, they means all Ambazonia they don't agree. No, there is something called a critical mass. Critical mass means that the group where the amount of people where they day behind something for move that agenda may go in front, and the interim government get that critical mass. Everybody know that one. Thank you, and thank you for explaining which way it means for be principal. Principal, all we will be go school, get what a headmaster or a principal for secondary school. You know, saying that the man will be in charge of that school. Either they go teach for every classroom, but if be the person where the overall see, wait till they happen, make sure say the school they run smoothly. So wait where president don't just explain and for we at the talk the one and for the country talk. Now say there is a principle on the side for La Republique, Mr. Pobia, on the side of Ambazonia, President Sako. So we know who they be the principal. Any other man will come, it come now either you can support small. So thank God say it don't explain that. But when we come as a team not be made up of one person. We get many other people the way they join for make that team. You as a team, you get for be what they call and say team member, and you play as a team member. Think about whether it's football or soccer or handball or basketball. For that team for win, when I get for play, and any man get on corner where he play. So now we get some members then for ACT Council where they day here. I will call their names as I look through this, and then before I go talk about a few things and then hand them over for we get Secretary Frank Cheney, with Secretary of State for Defense. When I be here, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Ellard, where we talk. We get person for communication, Dr. Mongwa, when I was Secretary of State, he be part of that. And then early on, we began with Secretary of State, Ma Patience Abiedo. Unfortunately, he don't go for work at this moment. I don't know whether it even maybe they for listening mode. Me too, I'll be joined late because I'll be there for work. One thing we want to talk about now, sometimes it's for negotiation. They want build other smaller teams them for support the real core of the team. And so what to be that smaller teams them. So one fee be now women them because United Nations will do some research. They realize that whenever peace process if they involve women them, then they see and say the chance for that peace for stand and for be sustained, it be higher. But when they exclude women, them they see and say it not the work. So my patience when he be the Secretary of State for the Department of Women's Affairs, he do the work very hard for see say we get women them involved, not just women them of just any kind and anyhow. Women the way they will get impact for the technical teams and give their voices so that they tell we lead negotiators say nothing this way we women we once say me what happen for we go help we women them help we picking them. So we want for more and no say you'll get other smaller group the way they support for corner so that may the process go. So women they be one of that. So as time will go on, we'll talk more about that. We'll not be talking all today for you. But there is another one where they call say defense. So I will leave that one. May we Secretary of State for Defense talk how they know say it be important. Because if we don't make negotiation, there's so many people put their gun for down. How you put their gun for down? You put them for ground, chakala, or you put them for your corner, hold and the wait, say, hey, if any noise continue, we will continue. So, Secretary of State for Defense, now you have time for talk. I think he is co-host. I hope so. If
yes,
not,
yes. I don't unmute. Mr. President, distinguished cabinet members, the international community here present, fellow Ambazonians, and Ambazonians at the home front, most especially, not forgetting our restoration forces, 21 gun salute for all restoration forces. As we don't hear, as a member of Team ACT, I represent all ARFs, Ambazonian Restoration Forces, who are fighting day and night, who have pledged their soul and their blood to free homeland. My role for inside Team ACT now for ensure say any deliberations with Team ACT in the carrier make it no violate the code of conduct for we soldiers them on the ground. For make sure say make them be fully represented in any form of mediation where it go take place. We know how much the ARF they don't sacrifice and their effort not go in vain. So I just come for tell Ambazonian people them, say make nobody get any fear about who restoration forces them, because for mediation for being successful, it go mean say their cry where they don't pass and through me, it don't be heard. Yes, we don't hear from previous statements and where we president be make them very clear. Say, who enemy, La République their soldier they no go dey on the table. They go be represented. Same as we own soldier them, the ARFs, they no go be on the table, but they go be represented. Every point where they don't make up, their demands them go be tabled during that mediation. Because it be very difficult for them to leave forest where they did it now as gorilla them. Then Waka go enter for Geneva for talk. What if the talk it go reach for road, it no Waka? What did they go do? How they go run go back go secure their land? It go don't be too late. Now why that way would it tell them say this interim government it work day and night for make sure say me the right thing be done and the right people them they sit down for talk on una behalf. As the messenger where I carry that message, it be very obvious. Say the team where they go sit down for talk on behalf of defense. It go be na the team where na una don't choose them. And they go put exactly una messages them on top that table. And if we no agree, we go let una know say we no agree, we don't back out. If we agree, una go hear from the president, say he don't endorse whatever conversation the way they don't take place. So make nobody no fear, and make nobody no think say na a one-man process. No, all the commanders them, where they represent their various counties them, their opinion in too, they count. Because now them be that liaison people them, all the regional commanders them, their opinion then count. The Supreme Council, where they govern the ARF them, their opinion count. And fellow Ambazonians them, where they get the military tactics where we need them, their opinion count. So it will be that a college of well-experienced people them. When we talk of military tactics, they be in a first hand. So me gonna be rest assured say everything is in place to ensure the dialogue goes peaceful according to our own demands. Thank you now.
Thank you, SOS. I really appreciate you want me our ARF them for home front me they know say their voices it be heard. It go there on top that table. But it go there on top that table because when I get representative two way, it go carry the demands that we wanna get for present them to for the chief negotiator where it will be for on top that table for talk on we behalf. So it not mean say we'll just take anything wrong. Some people they don't already they think their own and say, more just take anything go with. More are not tired. Because when are tired, it means when they talk and say, when I just take anything go, we cannot. We not go do far away, city don't can reach for the end for the journey. Then we start talk so we don't tire. We will just take anything. No way. No go work. So when our voice is the big thank you, SOS Frank. My patients not there. We don't talk a little bit about women. Secretary of State Martin Mungwa, I hope say if they here, if he they here, if he talk now. Did anybody?
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry, I'm driving actually, but I think I will speak. Traffic. Okay, Mr. President, fellow cabinet members, our ARF, fellow Ambazonians, and ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a big. I'm so delighted, happy that I was made a member of ACT. And I believe that I come in with several hats, and I'm will be very ready to take on any of the hats in order to help Ambazonia gain its sovereignty. So I want to talk to since we're at the every man knows they are the Central State for Communication. I think one of the big things they will try to make me Ambazonians understand now the history and the predicament where we face being part of La Republic.
Point of order. SOS, your video is on, but we can't see your image.
Yes, I'm driving. You can't see me because of the way I place it. I'm sorry. I will see. Let me see. Let me put it in front here. Maybe my image can show up.
No, just remove the background image because since you're
I can't move it now. I'm driving.
Okay, sir.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. Okay, you can see me now. Then I have to hold it, and I'm not holding the steering wheel. I don't think that's good. So
Drive
just bear with
safely
me.
and talk well.
Okay. So for the past couple of months, I think for the first time, Ambazonians they actually know the dead way La Republique put themselves. And things like this one will be one of the major issues the way you'll be on the table. Okay, let me just back off a little bit. Negotiations will go inside, it be like divorce, where you get for divorce your wife or your husband, whichever way you look at them. When I get to look into a lot of things, first one I get to look into the investments the way when I get them. Now, that investment, if it been an investment before when I marry or when it been an investment after when I marry. If it be investment after when I marry, obviously we get to decide on that. If prove say that investment been before when I married, they know which side they will get for people. When I get to think about picking them, for instance, you get to think about all these workers, all these civil servants, the way they be due retirement when they be work under La Republique or the old system. How are we going to take care of them if they go for split in our camp? How much way La Republique or country get for pay them until they die? We get for be for determine things like that one. You talk about investment, all the investment they don't do for the country. Which one be going for La Republique? Which one be come for Ambazonia? We get documentation, and that's why I be a little bit concerned. So we don't see how the Minister of Finance they burn every 2 years. Whether they burn down a documentation when will be unable for get them. But one thing I get for table and I say yes, you'll probably be difficult but not impossible. We get for go on the ground, see any place where they get for identify any dead way La Republique get them, connect them to the work with the actual going for granted. Engineers or scientists get for go down, evaluate them, and then give them a financial number so that we'll be able to divide them. So you'll be a complex, but we get to be very, very diligent. And I agree how I think that Mr. President will talk. So we need, or I think Secretary of State Kizito, if we talk, say we need our experts. Again, these experts not be on the negotiate, but they get for go for background, provide the information where we need them. We economists, we bankers, and so on and so forth, for provide everything so that means nothing, not be left out. Because at the end of the day, if we forget something, the people say, okay, well, but we never bring this on the table, so we don't know, you know. So we get to be very diligent. And I want to make Ambazonians understand that this thing not be some magical thing where you just press button, everything just will. No, we get to do all our, you work, our root cause, all the assessment on a net, all these banks, the way they be chief out, all marketing, but also all that money we go. We come to find out. You'll be part of negotiation. Was it a natural bankruptcy or will it be deliberate? Who can be responsible for WADA, Toleti, all those investments we get for put up on table. This one are the practical things that is for negotiations. Because at the international banks in the way we do owe the money, we La Republique do owe the money, we do not carry that money to that we get for pay. If we not demonstrate say all that investment they not be take place on part of the country. So I want so many people to understand. So I've talked a whole at where several hats. The other hats say the man way are probably the talk, the explain for Ambazonians. So in the course of the weeks and months to come, I will try to look into other areas where I just get to enlighten Ambazonians so many they understand what it be at stake. I be sure say I mean the past couple of months I go into the debt, I tell how much way La Lupu will be indebted. So we'll pursue that path for educate Ambazonians and for understand say negotiation be like divorce case. Where each man bring his own lawyer, each man bring his own books for the thing we don't do. Each person will just take this one on my own part for the house. I will pay this amount of money. They will distribute them. They will make certain, maybe some international law they will use them for negotiation. Possibly it will be more of guidelines, the things the way we go for Fulham. So if this information they and some person lay hands on them, we get for look through very, very meticulously so that we will be able to itemize. If when I understand itemize means each item. We're not just giving us some blanket statement. Each item therefore be decided so that when we will come inside there, we will document. No man no talk say this one I lie. So I mean no man no travel to say no, I know this one no be true or I mean no be me or anything of that nature. And we already know that a lot of people when I cheat, they be cheat, they lie. So they always try to make sure say they not be responsible for anything. Even government even want to be responsible for the thing we do. So more will bear this in mind. So more will go in there very prepared. That's all I have to say, and I hope I was clear. Thank you very much. Over to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Mongwa. If we talk order I had them, if forget for telling us or order had as an engineer, it will also be now one important person where you go help with the area what we call and say technocrats. Where means say you need people then with that engineering background where the people look things and so they assess them and talk say, hey, we think say this one a so-called bridge wall will be built and so it only costs now so because if you look at with my eye as a technician, as an expert in this field, and know how much it costs, know how much we labor there for Cameroon material, and tell when I say when I be spend now only so. Or when I know something where they be where sometimes where they say they don't build road, where they take some black thing go through on top ground. They call I say na tar road. They call I say tar road. I go see that one catch and talk say na lie. When I not be doing anything for you. So it will be one of those people that will consider as with technocrats or technical people where they've been an expert. So thank you, Secretary Mongwa, for that information where you don't give because you don't actually start help people understand. So we will build teams them. Remember, as we talk, so we will build other small team then way that small team then are expert for provide information. Secretary Mongwa just go ahead for tell with some of that. So one big question, all we there for you will come for you about Swiss-led process. Really, what to be that Swiss-led process? Some of them I still ask and say, what to be? It just be defined by who the mediator where it go be. The mediator now the Swiss government. So now the Swiss government, they lead the process where we, Ambazonians and La République, will go negotiate how we go separate. Basically, ma put them for the easy way Secretary Mongwa talk. Where we go separate in Jumba, where we done the shidon for some long time. And as we don't shidon for the Jumba for a long time, we want to go our own different way. You know, we really been a married, if you been in Jumba, like Pa, Le Panjo, Little Baby, they used to talk, say, we been in Jumba, married, not be real married. So we will talk now how we don't bring them together, or when we don't tip within them. So now how we will separate and who will pay for waiting and who will take care for what. Because I remember that way with parents they can't say they can't enter the Jumba. They say sometimes be where they be using pounds and sterling. When for UK, okay, when I know that one money, na strong money. So sometimes be where they be bringing their fake call them fake CFA. Come enter marketplace, them they knocking them like gum. Say, many people they bring their pounds and sterling, can't take that fake dirty money where it really not get too much value for international market. So they be bring them, and so we papa them and we mommy them, they be carry their small. Some themselves, we don't bury some their money, then they know and shillings and their pounds, they not even know side. Some they carry their small one and they go wait where they not be known as it, they be give something of value. So we will need other experts when our economists them where they go can for tell we and look at how monetary system, where they call and say monetary, how the world is function with money and how they do things for help us for define and for talk and for give our lead negotiator the information as they sit on the table. The reason why they call and say process now because not be one thing when we go she don't so one day you and your friend and she don't want to from Buba or for some off license where la Republic don't put all over Ambazonia for spoil with people. When I say when I talk, thereafter when I talk when I go no. Nothing will happen for different stages. Now the two they call and process different aspects and different stages, which Secretary Mungwa be trying to explain. So thank you now for listening to this. So that's why we call and say Swiss-led process. Now the Swiss government they lead the process so that more get that final separation, and then we'll go with part with waste. So that when we want finish for commode, we'll not commode reach for where tomorrow the Republic John come back say we can't fight with. No, now the reason that we'll get to do all this in front of the international community. And the Swiss government here, it represent that international community where they like either judge or referee, where they referee the match for make sure say it go correct. Thank you now for that.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Yeah. Is there any other council member?
Some of them not there here, but I just want to thank everyone who came. So other thing where I think it'd be important for we to talk about now the role of civil societies. What do we mean by civil society? Now some civil society in the eyes of the international community, they look people they like church, how church they feel help support, how which organization, NGOs they feel help say me the support, me the system, me the way to what we negotiate stand. But they nothing take the place of the principal for be the ones to negotiate. They are just there to support, and even whether they agree or they not agree, it will go before. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Moderator, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Lady of ACT. Yeah. And also the council members, want to thank them so much. More thank them so much, especially with defense people, them, with defense secretary, we now they push the struggle, because when they say when firework they for down, diplomacy the worker. So now the backbone to that the defense secretary and the Ambazonian Restoration Forces, where they do a wonderful job. Yeah, if you just remember how we last year be so wonderful for we, so great for we, and the work they still continue. So we go bring La Republique on that table with firework, even they like them or not. Thank you so much. We will move now to, we'll see plenty hands and for up. Yeah, I think Barrister Ghana not the inside house. Maybe therefore will be busy. I think
he's on the road. He's
on the road. Okay, okay.
He's on in the air.
Yeah, so I will just finalize thanking the council members, Dr. Elad, Secretary Frank, Secretary Vishen Abiadu, Martin Mungwa, Secretary, and the chair lady and the speaker, Winnie Lobati, for the wonderful work they are doing. That fine work we want to do for that diplomacy, for push and bring La Republique for table. So we will move directly now for questions and answers. Are those that see plenty hands and for up? Because now very, very important meeting this. And you see the way we Ambazonian they respond, because they get the struggle at heart. So I will start with the first hand where I see the Secretary of State for National Treasury, Irene Gua. Please, the microphone is yours. The microphone.
Mama, you must put Mama for that name. No even stop it.
Secretary of State for National Treasury, Mama Irene Gua, my
Thank
ex.
You.
My ex.
Thank you, correct yourself. Ambazonia people, good afternoon, everyone. And Dr. Elad Mamoyo, your cafe day up, and to everybody else. Mr. President, 21 gun salute. I don't know whether I want to speak it for Pidgin or I want to talk them for English. I think I'm just going to speak it in English. Hopefully that we still have our international guests in the house, if we do have some. So to our international community, if you're listening to us, I just want to make sure you understand that Ambazonia babies might be brown babies, but they're still important babies. Ambazonia people might be dark in skin color, but they're still very important people. So hopefully the same attention that you're giving to Ukraine, you can also make sure that you give the same attention to Ambazonia. So please, please, we are people. We might be dark in skin color, but we are also people, and Black lives do matter. Mr. President and Dr. Ella, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to at least attend a meeting. And I learned so much during that session and the involvement of women in this at war. Mr. President, my attention is to you this afternoon, sir. I did hear an audio from someone today saying how Ambazonia, they fired the interim government from Team ARC, which that's not relevant. Mr. President, I happen to be your Secretary of State for the National Treasury. Before then, I was your Director of Resource Mobilization. Before then, I was your Deputy Secretary and also really in charge of resource mobilization. And I'm still going to be doing this job along with my new job. I see the struggles we go on every day, trying to help our wounded warriors, trying to help the orphans, trying to help the refugees, and trying to make sure that with the limited resources that we have, we can at least give some attention to our suffering people on the home front and also where we have refugees. With that said, Mr. President, we have all these other fractions of who call themselves Team Ambazonia. Last year draft or year before, I did invite quite a lot of them to really come to the draft and help their own communities, their own local governments and their own counties. You had some of them that came and pledged and they have never given a dime to support the struggle. Mr. President, is Team Ambazonia a name for some? Is Team Ambazonia a friendship club for some? Is Team Ambazonia me and me only? Or what are some of the functions? If I think we of Ambazonia people, I think I go talk this one now for Pigeon because I want to make home front people they hear them. Mr. Prince, so the question I want to ask you today, I say, the other people we call themselves Team Ambazonia, they want to do fire chat, they want to do fire wars, they want to do internet marriage, whatever. What did they do for home front, sir? What did they do for make sure say may we boy with Ambazonia Restoration Forces, made them chop? What did they do for their communities for make sure say may the orphans, may them get something? What did they do for help with refugees for Nigeria? What did they do not before just go around talking? Because I know the last conference we had in London, you had some member of Team Ambazonia where they come because their flights were paid for. And some of us pay our own flights all over the place, going to go find money so that make we help home front, sir. So when I feel tell me, so Team Ambazonia not just for the work I talk around, or Team Ambazonia other fractions that they do something so that me with communities are be taken care of. Thank you.
Yes, I want to thank you for that question. Yeah, may I just pick up again because I don't talk about much. Or Team Ambazonia who will be reached for Montreux. After during the meeting of Montreux, we discovered say things might be happening very fast. So may we consolidate our group of those with the endure this process because we informed everybody and invitations were given to all whom we thought were part of they were amongst the restorationists. All of them received invitations. Some could not even attend those institutions. Some attended and later backed. So those who endorsed the process, we decided to identify ourselves as those who will eventually constitute, manage this process with the Republic. So it was a loose association of individual groups that were present and that believed in the Swiss-led process and endorsed the process. So it did not dissolve our separate, independent existence. It took nothing away from us. The question we will be asking is not whether that group of people who endorse the Swiss process as a group are doing anything for the struggle as a group. Let's take that question back to their separate groups. That's where the question is. Because the reason for coming together as ACT was to prepare for the eventually to lead the Republic on the Swiss process. Full stop. That's it. But if we want to question their validity and their existence and their importance in the process in this struggle, let's go back to their organizations and ask what are they doing. That's where the question is. That's why I said that our relevance is outside this act. Yes, that's where our relevance is. That's where our importance. That's where we earn a ticket to be part of this process. So the question is, what are we doing as individual organizations before we want to champion the process that will of negotiation with that government? What are we doing? What are we doing to advance the struggle? Because until we advance this struggle, we will never get to the place of success. So those who want to champion the process, it is not a race on the internet. It is to what extent are you promoting the struggle that it will get to the place of negotiation? No. So I know groups rise and fall, groups constitute and dissolve. Some lost the cloud, some completely gone. They just simply have their founders and 1 or 2%. That is how that happens in every liberation struggle. So it is not strange. But my problem is just that when one gets to that point where you know that you are no more in control. You have lost it. You had it before, you don't have it again. But the Ambazonians are moving on and the struggle is moving on. Then you still live in your dreamland of yesterday and claim that you are who you are not. You become an obstacle instead. Because this is a way that's either past you or it will take you along. So, but I still think that even if you are not very important in terms of moving the struggle at this time, if you are not part of this wave that is pushing the struggle forward, you may still be useful as an Ambazonian in the process. That means that you should understand your place. Yes, you should understand your place and help the process and not be an obstacle. Be a catalyst and not an obstacle. So we appreciate. There are those who had money before they gave, today they cannot give money again because they don't have. We will appreciate you if you know your place. There were those who were making things happen yesterday on the ground, but today they are no more. We understand what you did yesterday, but just know your place today, so that you don't become an obstacle for the thing that you fought so hard to achieve. Because that's what self can do. It can become our own obstacle to our objectives and goals. So ACT is, as until the bell rings and we are going to the table. ACT is just a club or an association of groups and individuals who endorsed the Swiss left us. Period. I don't know. I'm not inventing the definition. That's exactly what it was. It was never meant to be a superstructure. A superstructure is a structure that is above all the structures for every other member structure to be subservient, to obey, to follow, so that orders come from that superstructure. And just like I heard, when we issue the press release, we hear somebody say, no, 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 I'm supposed to be the one to issue it, not the interim government. I said, are you kidding me? We never designed any day, we never agreed on any day that we're going to have a structure that will be the one and only structure that stays and the rest follow. If other groups have dissolved and we're waiting to find expression only through ACT, we have not dissolved. And that was never the intention. We are the interim government, we continue to do what we do. We belong to ACT because we're relevant. ACT does not give us relevance. We didn't come to ACT to be relevant. We became relevant. As a result, we helped to constitute ACT. So that is clear. That's supposed to be clear. I don't like to question people who for one reason or the other can no more do anything for the struggle. But my problem is their attitude and not understanding that the wave has passed some people. If the wave passes this interim government, we shall know it. As for now, we are the wave that is taking us to the shore. That is it. Whether you like, whether that statement sounds nice to you or not, that's just the truth. I'm just here telling you the truth. That's what it is now. And if we are going any further, it depends on this interim government. Whether you like it or you don't like it, it depends on what this interim government does or doesn't do. Until that situation changes, that is the truth. So if you are there, you are not doing anything, you cannot take care of refugees, you cannot take care of anything, you don't support your local government. I don't understand why some people can be so angry with their neighbor that they punish their family. You cannot be so angry with your neighbor to the point that you refuse to give food to your family. Then that's okay. You have a problem with the interim government, maybe it's me. But they are just the ghosts of La Republic, they are going to kill your people next tomorrow in your local government. What has that got to do with your hatred for Dr. Elad or for me? It doesn't make sense. Contribute to those who are fighting to defend their people. And the most constituted and organized group is the LGAs of this interim government. If you cannot see beyond that for the defense of your people, then something is wrong. Really, really wrong. We did not come to any local government here and say, you have contributed that money to help your people, bring it here, we need it here. If there's any local government that says, that saw us come to them and say, bring that your money here, you should say it and let's hear. So we are only here mobilizing you to see the need to pull resources together and help your people. Say, no, I cannot give it because it is interim government. And then where are you giving it? You're not. Okay, how are you moving the struggle? If the vehicle is not moving, how will we get to the destination? How will we get to the place of negotiation? Negotiation is 10 kilometers away. This vehicle has to be moving. It needs fuel, and you are not contributing for the fuel that will move it from point A to the place of negotiation. Then you want to jump from with an helicopter and just appear there for a negotiation. How are you moving us to get to that place? And then we do all. Tomorrow you just hear other sound bites and writings and castigating to insult us. The people who are actually doing everything, I mean everything that is moving us as a movement today, it's in our hands. 80–90% is in our hands. So when you take leadership, when you are obviously the leader, how is that evil to anybody? When you exercise leadership, when you are actually leading, because you are the leader, How does that discomfort anybody? Okay, take over. Do it. Help the boys. This evening they will be calling. They will need a couple of millions to go here and buy material. Send the money. Raise the money and send it. Let's be fighting. Because negotiation is not is not the end of war. It's just another table of war. It's another negotiation table is a war front. So it is not the end of the war. So the war is still going on. Matter of fact, it becomes an alternative when the war is making progress. It becomes a viable option when the war escalates. That's when people even are ready to talk. What are we doing to get there? It's very painful. And we're saying this not because we don't know. We want Ambazonians to know that this is what it is. Anybody who is not contributing to move this resistance forward, but is only concerned about championing the process of speaking with the Republic. I'm very suspicious already. I just immediately get suspicious. Because what do you want to champion? And if at all you even go there to champion anything and you agree on anything, how do you implement it? What power do you have to implement any agreement with La Republic? Whether it is ghost town, whether it is lockdown, whether it is ceasefire, whether it is whatever, what power do you have to say, I will open this road and you open it? You don't have. But you want to champion negotiation. You want to be the one to make decisions for who to implement. Why don't you allow those who are going to be the enforcers, the ones to implement, the ones to put in implement any agreement to be who they are, the principals, the champions of this process. And you give your help and give your all. At the end of this our struggle, our freedom will not depend so much on who negotiated it, but it will depend on the content of it. Yes, as I said, if you can, carry this thing and do it better than the interim government, oh my God, don't call the interim government. Just go ahead and do it. Even go ahead, then you obviously emerge as the principal. Go ahead, negotiate. The only thing is that if the outcome is restoration of independence, whether we were there or we were not there, all of us here will shout hurrah. We will say we got it. We will not say no. We are against the restoration again because we were not on the table. No. So you see why we're fighting? We're fighting for what every Ambazonian is looking for. If you know that's what we are fighting for, stand with us, work with us. Work with us. When we work with you. If we started by inviting, let us. So what changed? That we suddenly say, we don't want you, we don't want you. We've never said that to anyone. No, rather it's the people we invited that are telling us they don't want us. So what remains in reality, without talking down on anybody, what remains of that group that want to speak, that want to champion this process without the edge? It makes us look like childish.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Nijo, you want to come up with a follow-up? Unmute yourself, Nijo. 1 minute for the follow-up, then let our comrade Mbanji be preparing. We'll hand the microphone to him. And I want to inform everyone that our head of diplomacy, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Elad, and the chair lady for Ambazonian coalition team, they are also ready for questions. So we can refer some questions to them. Thank you so much. Okay, Nijo.
Thank you, Mr. Coordinator. Thank you.
SOS for finance and resource mobilization. Let me precise it.
Thank you, and respect and recognize the House protocol. And Banji, please, my personal apologies for cutting right in front of you. Yeah, I thought it's just a very sensible position, recognizing the question and the president's response. Then I feel saying at the right time for me for check with Ambazonians, what do they feel about this position? All we grow up, we grow for big house where if we uncle they work for CDC or somewhere, we get cousins and all over where they come, they grow with we for house. And some of those cousins, they be lazy and some they be very hardworking. When it come for issue for house, person get for wash plate, some people get for go carry water, some people get for wash clothes, some people get for help mommy for kitchen. The ones the way they not touch, they'll get problem. The courses where they overtop, but the ones where they not work. When I listen to some of those audios today, it did turn my belena because all along where you do the hard work, you know, with nose in our so you get plenty people for family. Time for chop don't reach or it near, then you hear all those people they talk. So the problem way they for this interim government, and I beg Ambazonians, I know they compare your government with these groups where Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, they call them say, you know, family groups and individual groups, which na fact say some of those groups now person and your wife or person and your family. I know they compare them. So, but the scenario where we get them now, the one where we get for considering them, say, as a government, we get bank statements from 2017-18 for back how much this interim government, how much you don't invest for this struggle. We get bank statements, we get, you look lava storm, we get those documentations, you get draft figures from 2020, we get the documentations, we get donations from people, all these figures we put them together. And as a government, we get for come out with a budget annually. This one at the second time we bring this up was the first time it would make a lot of headache for inside house, but I feel say it makes sense now because this plenty talk what we hear now. So now because people they claim say we never tell them thing for do. If you be head boy for class and teacher no day, you get for assigned duty. Saying that you go sweep classroom today, that you go do this. So this government get a duty for come out with a budget for this war, divide them for those people where they day for what do they call that group for ACT or for all the other sprinter groups where they day around IG. Not say I compare IG and the groups, but we need for use those figures where we get them from with bank statements, we get them from draft records, we get them from lava storm records, put them together, we talk saying that thing where this government don't do this, we assume say if all this government take 50% responsibility for this war so far annually, all the other groups will take responsibility for the other half of the war. So if the budget where government get them will be backed up by bank statements and records of drafts from every county, lava storm, all those fund drives where this government don't make them. We get for put those figures together per year, and then we talk to me, all the other groups come out with the same amount of money for do various other things, take care of the refugees, the wounded fighters, all the other things where it be involved with this war. So that when this act team Shidong, people where they never bring their own money, make their mob short talk, make them not talk, because another person no go fight war. Then make you come Shidong begin talk how way you be big man. Another person no go carry water, wash plate, cook chop. You come Shidong for how to chop where you never don't contribute, you never do your own part of the job. Mr. President, I recognize the response that you gave to the previous question, but I thought that this is an opportunity for Ambazonians to give your government the go-ahead to come out with an annual war budget. We're doing annual war draft as a government, but because you get all these other people around you, call them splinter groups, may we also assign figures to all of them. Say, now your own amount this for this year, bring that up before you start talk. I just felt that this is the right time for Ambazonians to consider that responsibility. Thank you. Sorry if it was longer than I thought. It should be 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Coordinator.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Comrade Mbanji, are you ready? Let us try for unmuting.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, let me first of all start by thanking God for bringing us here together. I want to express my thanks to the President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, Sakwe Kwame, and obviously to Team ACT and to the chairlady of the Team ACT team. I'm obviously the chairman of Balinyanga LGA, and I have two questions. My first question is that, is the interim government under the leadership of SOS Mungwa or somebody in the treasury, are we having conversations about a currency for Ambazonia? I'm hoping that we are starting to have those type of conversations. Fiscal policies in terms of stamps. Are we mapping out all the possible mineral resources and locations that we have in our territory? Are we talking about compensations from obviously the carnage that the genocide has caused us in terms of life and property? Because we're going to have to start to do some rebuilding. That is my first question, because obviously I do know for a fact that this interim government has the most leverage when it comes to this revolution, and I do agree with what my mentor and teacher Nijo said, that we definitely have to come up with a budget which will show, I believe, to the Swiss authority about what this government has put on the table, what we have contributed so far in this revolution, and the stakes that we have, or the type of leverage that we have in this revolution, and to be the standard bearer for these negotiations at the Swiss table. And now my second question has to do with the LGAs. I've always had a long view that the relevance of the LGA in this revolution it cannot be understated. And I do believe that, and this was brought to me by one of my members, and a person that was having hesitation joining my LGA. When I approached him about why can't you join the Balinyanga LGA, he said to me that he will be more interested in joining the LGA when he knows that the LGA has a stake in the Swiss negotiation, in the Swiss negotiation. And our question goes to the president is this: are we thinking about having LGAs represented in the Swiss negotiation? I think that is a key value in terms of making the LGA look important. It will also attract people to want to join their LGA once they know their LGAs are on the table and during the Swiss negotiation. And I also feel that it will actually also compel the restoration forces in those different LGAs to come closer to their LGAs, because now they have this individuals running around thinking that they control restoration forces, in particular LGAs. But once those restoration forces come to realize that the LGAs have the leverage, that they stand a lot to lose by tagging themselves with some unscrupulous individuals, and that leverage to me will be more important than nothing more than just making sure that the LGAs have a bigger say. And that bigger say, to me, will be making sure that LGAs are represented in the Swiss mediation. Either we can have one LGA send a representation to be part of the Swiss negotiation, and we can allow that within the LGA and something that we can be proud of, and saying that, hey, look, this LGA is part of the Swiss process. The restoration forces, please come join your LGA, because when we negotiate, we're going to be negotiating for you as well. So that is my second question, and to the president. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrade. Mr. President, you are muted.
Yes, Banji, I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. When it comes to the currency, let's be very practical. If the trumpet sounds now, and we are going to Buea, we get to Buea, upon landing, we can only start talking of a currency. It takes some little reorganization and putting some structures in place. The first thing to do is that we choose the international currency that is acceptable to all. We'll use the dollar for safety while we are putting ourselves together. If we say that we want to hit the ground running with the Amba currency, that would be difficult, practically speaking. So right now, because we don't know when it happens, but when it does, there will be a lot of dollars going around, and we have to work on to use the dollars. And then thereafter, we quickly transition to our own currency. Well done. That's what I think. For the LGAs, I want us to understand the process, how the LGAs are already part of it. Listen to me carefully. Act may have a council that will work, or take on the technical committees that will work with the expert negotiator, and we have a draft agreement presented to us, what they call a comprehensive negotiated agreement. But because we are the principal here, we are the ones that, if we agree, there's a negotiation. If we don't agree, it's a non-starter. We are the ones that, if we agree, there is an agreement. If we don't agree, nothing is agreed. That's who we are. So once whoever has put this together, I mean the negotiation team has put it together, they will want to get the position of the interim government on there or signing up. It's just like when we had the agreement or disagreement in Kumban, and they proceeded to Yaoundé and brought together, they went to constitute a tripartite nonsense, and then they came out with a constitution, which was their La Republique's constitution. They did not send it to the Southern Cameroon for ratification by our parliament. So it was not our constitution. So this is what it is. We are now like that for all of Ambazonia, the constituent assembly of all the LGAs and this interim government are now the people, are now the people's representative body, the most powerful representative body. When that agreement is reached, or that draft is reached, before I will pen my own signature on it, the constituent, that's when now your LG will be represented, not by one person, but by you, the chair, you, the vice chair, you, the representative in the IHR, all of you who represent your, even defend. in that AG will be part of this Constituent Assembly to vote yes or no, to see whether this is what Ambazonia wants, this is what we want or not. So you are going to participate through the Constituent Assembly on a vote, on a yes or no vote on any draft agreement that will proceed from the negotiation table. You don't need to be yourself present on the table for you to say I am participating. Then you'll be part of the process, because the final validation, the final ratification, the final agreement or endorsement will also come back through your participation. So we should explain this to the local government so that they will not say, okay, because I was not sitting on the table as a local government representative from Santa, so therefore I am not part of it. No, you are part of it, because you and I cannot negotiate the technical aspect of this process. You cannot. But if it is done, as I said, we may not know how to do the technical aspects like lawyers do. But when a lawyer brings a good judgment back, you know whether it is a good one or it's a bad one. So that's what I mean. When we get to that point, the Constituent Assembly will include you and the rest of you who are in charge of over your people, for us to look at it again and say, is this what we have? Then you may not be able to sign, but if you authorize me by an overwhelming vote of approval, it will be signed. So that's how you participate as an LGA and every LGA in the process.
Dr. Ella, go ahead. I think you were talking too. Your mic is low. We can't hear you. So.
Mic is low?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Please.
So you can hear now?
A bit better.
It's faint, but I think you can turn it up.
Well, I'm not going to be long.
I'm not hearing you at all.
We need to hear you. That's what we're talking about. It's not about the length.
So you can't just hear me at all, eh?
We're hearing you as if you are Jericho. We are here.
You can hear now?
No way.
Okay, then go ahead, Mr.
You may have to lock out and just lock in. It will
I
resume
think
the sound.
you're about 50%.
You're using better device, the phone, right?
Up from what you used to be.
Go ahead.
Not lock out and lock in again. It will come back.
That's what happened where your internet is floating from Poland to Germany.
Mr. President, leave that one. Okay. And there is, while we are waiting on Dr. Ella, let me say something. I'm glad you talk about representation of the LGAs. Sometimes how you as LGA can help us in this process is to identify some of the experts that will be sitting on the tech teams from within your LGAs and send them to us, because we need them. And they're not going to come from the moon somewhere. They're going to come from the local government areas. So please, we need you guys to help identify different expertise that are within your LGA. Then they become the experts that will help furnish the information that is needed. If I think about Somaliland and Somalia, when they were getting to the point, of course, you guys, for those who follow up that process, Somaliland separated themselves from Somali. Unfortunately, the international community, they still play their wayo about them, but they're fully independent, and they are running their nation, and they are actually developing their nation, irrespective of whether they recognize them for UN or not. What they do, they began something where they call and say Baroma Conference, where you had a circle of the inner core that was doing things, and then other civil society groups that come around. So if you're looking at what we are saying, I mentioned civil society and women's role. There are some other roles that we will be playing. And guess what? That roles that will come, let me tell you, we are going to be looking for those from within the grassroots. How are we going to identify these people from grassroots if we don't pass through our counties and LGAs? So it becomes very critical that you play that role also as a diplomat and as an eye to identify people that are committed and people that know what are expert in their field as we start unveiling what technical teams we need. Thank you. Before the moderator take over, I want to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President, Mr. Vice President. I hope you still there inside. Yes, he is still in the meeting. VP Ache, you are welcome. Can you give us a few words and say hello to the people of Ambazonia before we go on to continue with the Q&A? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam Chair Lady of ACT. I am quite busy right now, but I can't have my video on. But can you hear me?
We do. We're hearing you very well.
Okay, I heard everything that was said here today, and I'm very pleased that we have gotten to this point. During the course of this struggle, I've had very, very good conversation with Secretary Elad over time, and I have always expressed my frustration why individuals are represented in ACT. I know we don't like to call names, but the fact still remains that if ACT was created to bring groups just to prepare them for any eventual negotiation, why one individual sit in ACT and disrupt everything? Why do we need them? That is the question I've always asked. So I'm kind of happy that this interim government has actually taken the bold step to make it known that we are the principal and we are the stakeholders. We have built an incredible structure. We are the ones raising the money. We are the ones taking care of the refugees. We are the ones taking care of our men and women bleeding on home front. I will call names. It doesn't matter. Whoever has 3 people in this organization, maybe 2, him and Innocentia, somebody called MIS also. I don't know what she's doing in ACT. Abdul Karim, I don't know what he's doing in ACT. All of them, what are they doing there? What are they doing there? Elad is there to represent the principle in this revolution. So if there's any eventual negotiation, he goes there with a lot of power and he speaks to our facilitator and our mediator. He speaks with authority because he speaks for the principle. Who do these people speak for? Are they speaking for themselves, their mothers, their wives, or are they speaking for Ambazonians? And if they are speaking for Ambazonians, how much have they contributed, like the president said, to fund this revolution? I think we're starting to the point where sometimes, although the interim government has to be gentle, sometimes when you are embracing the possibility of negotiation, you always want to pull the potential spoilers, because if you don't pull them along, when negotiation comes, they might drag you back. Guess what? This load is too heavy. I think it's time for us to dump all of them. We have good structures. We have intelligent people within this interim government. And we can bring other goodwill Ambazonians who can help us in that eventual negotiation. We don't need all these people. Scam. There's one person in scam. Why is he there? Is he higher than the people who are bleeding and dying? Is he more important than those who are working hard to fund this revolution? So is it all about power? No. This is the time. I've waited for this time for a very, very long time. And it's time the interim government embraces this policy, that we are the principal, this is the way it's going to be. If you want to go along with us, then please respect us. If you cannot respect this interim government, get the hell out of us. We don't need them. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. VP. Moderator, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Let's move to Dr. Tata.
Dr. Elad was trying to speak and
okay. Yeah, he's back.
So can you hear me now?
Maybe he's in Germany.
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah, he was in Poland, and now he's in Germany.
Thank you, Paddy, for the wonderful technique that you've taught me. out and come back. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for that. You know, this is how people speak when it concerns revolution. All this godly and how you call it, how you do it, caressing dogs is not my way. They say head of diplomacy. Diplomacy is hard talks. There's a program on BBC called Hard Talk. Let me come back to the comrade who was talking about LGA. The LGAs and counties are all represented in ACT. The president has said it all, the chair lady said it. They are all represented in ACT. The thing that Ambazonians get confused is that they think those people sitting there in ACT are those negotiating on behalf of Ambazonia. And if you're not in that house of ACT, it means you are not represented. No, that's not true. I represent this interim government in ACT. This interim government has the counties and the LGAs and all the other departments, which means everybody is there. You must not sit inside the house of ACT when ACT is having its meeting. That is why we have representatives. Before, I used to go around LGAs and counties and talk to them about the functionality of ACT. So they ask their questions, they bring their own suggestions, their opinions, which is being carried back there. If one funny group in ACT stands up and want to stop Ghost Town, and the interim government knocked it out. It's not the president who did it, it's not me. It's the counties down to the LGAs that said no and talked to our forces on the ground, and they followed the command through the Secretary of State for Defense, and it worked. So when anybody says those who are in ACT, as we used to say, when you point somebody with your one finger, the other 4 or 5 is pointing on you. You are there. If you say ACT is a failure, means you are a failure. So those people who think they are not represented, you are highly represented. You have to start playing your role now. And this is the aim of this meeting. And the reason that we will get this meeting, play your role now. Bring your expertise. Knock to your chair. Tell your chair to contact the county chair, whoever, or go direct to the people who are there in order to put your point. Because before you want to talk from one person reach to the top, this statement don't change. If you say, how are you? Before you want to reach for top, you don't already been at you. So please know that everybody is represented in this act. And that's why Nijo is talking of the budget of the interim government, and the other people have to put down their own. And I want to thank Nijo for that point. He has spoken that with me. There was a time that he even brought up the idea of drafting act. But those people would never want to give a dime. And those people that the vice president is just naming now, they could not do anything because they are just there to talk. When it comes to money, they look at the interim government, the one that Irene said pledge, I think it was up to $3,000. He came to ACT and was running his mouth that he didn't pay the money because he thought the money that the IG is generating is giving that the IG will share the money with all the other groups. Come on. There are groups like APL, ADF, or whatever they call themselves. Since when have they made their fundraise and they call the IG and say, okay, we don't raise this 50 amber, una feel all this 10 for us. When have they ever done that? Those are people who don't recognize the interim government and they want the interim, but they need the money of the interim government to flow to them. So what do you call those type of people? Crooks. And please, 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 be careful of all this sweet mob. Because when I spoke here, I told you people that one strong, devoted IG member, when I spoke against a member in ACT, he was so surprised because this guy is good of sweet mob. Unfortunately, me I be Muteng and ma come on Muteng and a sweet mob chap. You know if you bring me sweet mob again for this work, I know it when you start it. So please don't listen to all this sweet talk. Listen to action. If somebody is not acting, tell that what you are talking. I say if some man not the act, tell it for come off act. Finish. Now act. Thank you. So LGS county, everybody is represented. Bring your point, bring your expertise, look for your expert and all these technical teams, put them there and let's work and negotiate for our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, SOS. Yeah, we get so many hands for up, and we would like to satisfy all those hands. The population go there for the two. I think say make would try for make them brief and precise.
Take three at a time.
Three at a time, okay.
So that we'll take now 4 times again. The extra hand, they will not go take them.
You know, the important meeting people they want to know. Yeah, okay, we'll take now Dr. Tata, Reverend Victor Ba, and UN LGA. Those three in order, in that order.
All protocols duly observed, Mr. President, Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice President, and all members of government and the international observers present. My question is directed to the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Elat. From what I understand that there are conditions sine qua non to the negotiation in Swiss, and we as the interim government were the principal, and the other is a minority. With international, we are background in law. I think that, don't you think that there's necessity to educate our people to know that in such an negotiated settlement, there is a need of a minority. The voice of the minority has to be there. That's my my question.
Yeah, thank you. And that is why you see we have people who are like 3, 4. Those are also minority when it comes to the IG and the other groups that is being represented in ACT. And we even have independent. We call them independent. That is some individuals like Comrade Karim and Comrade also. You know, the fun is that this minority issue is the same like democracy. You know, what is democracy? You get people defining like how to make sure you secure the right of minorities. If we take La République du Cameroon today, now who then they cause all the damage for this world? Not even at the minorities. Some minorities can be good and some minorities can be very, very, very damaging. And we see that the one be inside Ambazonia. Small groups, the one man at them rule, as the president said it here. we agreed in Montreal that act, will be na supernatural, na government, we will absorb other groups. Act, it will be an ad hoc committee for facilitate a negotiated settlement, a mediation process, the process where going to take place. That is, what is the facilitation? Building the technical team, having expert, trying to look for who will be our chief negotiator, all those things. That is the work, doing some type of capacity buildings and all those things with the expert that will find from various technical teams. But now the minorities that I don't know which one you mean because they are there, wants to use ACT now as a government. ACT wants to become a government. That means ACT, if you see audios, they come out there that the interim government is afraid that is afraid of ACT because ACT would dissolve. I'm sorry, say I hardly listen to those things because it makes no sense. But the interim government is the principal, as you rightly said. We are the principal. But we give the right to each and every other group to use it in order to build up their expertise and to bring in their own ideology and how to way forward. But all that they want to bring in ACT is Nami, Nami, and Nami. I want to be president. I want to be ruler. I want to be top. This. We get person for ACT. We go sit down and make very powerful letter. Oh, the center for international community. He will not be present. The moment he comes, that letter must be kicked out. Everything has to stop. Now he own way go right down. And unfortunately, with the old age, fortunately with the age we get, God don't give you typing skills. So he can type very fast. You write letters to international community, you don't go more than, if it's too much, 1.5 pages is enough. 2 pages is already too much. But the person will write 6 pages, will read such things. If you send me such a letter, if me, now, you send me such a letter, 6 pages, I will throw it in the dustbin. So, coming to your question, we give right to everybody. Minorities are respected. So far, so long, you have your leverage that you bring in ACT. But if you only come now for your power, well, unfortunately, you don't get way. There's no way. So, if anybody tell you we respect the minorities, then it's a lie. We do. And you can see it because we are sitting there. 80% to 90% is the interim government, 10% are other 11 groups. Think about it.
Yeah. Thank you, SOS. We will just follow the order so we talk so that need 3 questions in come. If it come for President, Secretary of State, and cheerleading, we will just allow them to answer the 3 questions in one time too. Yeah.
Mr. Moderator, we make a fix on time, the one the answer, or like President fee. Every information that we get in ACT, we brief him, and he has all it. So there are times he can, except there is one thing, he's also human. He can forget something, we can joke.
Okay. But we'll just allow also the Ambazonians and direct their questions too. Then we'll have to decide.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Reverend
Ready
Victor.
already.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. But the microphone is yours. Then UN should be preparing, and then Mami got the eye in that order, please. So that let's move faster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dear Mr. President, dear Madam Chair, all protocol due respected in the House. I want to first say something before I ask a question. The first thing I want to say is that we should be very careful with this propaganda news going out there as to the fact that we have, or they have taken off the president from their act. Let it not be that it's a way they are trying to get to a point where they will want us to admit those who were not properly supposed to be part of ACT as a way of solidarity to say, oh no, we now bring you into the ACT, into the real ACT. In fact, my first question is, are there two ACTs? Is Switzerland working with two different ACT groups of Ambazonia? As per my understanding, I know that Swiss is working with the act that President Sacco negotiated or initiated the dialogue or the negotiation. Now, when he did that, he brought in these other people. And we all know when some of preliminary talk had taken place and even Boybe was part of it and stuff like that. Now, when we hear they say now, or he says out there, he has taken the president out of act. My question is, can you let the Ambazonian people know that there are not two negotiations? Because does Switzerland recognize whatever they are calling another act? On the other hand, what Nijo said was good enough, but I want to say it's too late. Ambazonian people are already wise enough to know who is vehemently standing for this revolution and who is a tricker. And so to let us say that this other group should go out there and start asking money from our people, it's a way for them to lure our people with money that we'll never see. I think, to me, that is a good suggestion, but I think it is too late to even be admitted at this time. And my last question was, or is, wasn't it already agreed that there were some people who argued and denied to join ACT at the beginning when we began these talks with Switzerland? And they argued and said it doesn't exist, they are not part of it and stuff like that. Why, or is it that we have decided to change our mind to bring them back in? Or why is it that when they themselves have chosen to sideline themselves, it's a concern for us? I don't think, I'm trying to say that should not be a concern. If a Bo who was part of this act decide to walk out and then say he has created his own act, I don't think that should be a concern to us. But the only thing I want you to clarify that Ambazonian people is Switzerland talking with two different acts? Thank you. Let me leave it there. Any of you could answer for time. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade. Comrade UN. Yeah, unmute yourself.
Moderator, you hear me?
I hear you well.
Okay, I thank you plenty. I greet the president and the cabinet and the members that were there for here with all Ambazonia people. I just get some small contribution for you. That talk we need to be talk about the other members and for act for the contribute some money. I be not talk for a Kwanga woman 2 years ago. I say me act and they draw budget. Me every group they bring, if they consider saying a group, me every group bring 100 million. It curse me, it say me, I will finish with my all generation. So I not because I stand play will be the camp for it. Now, what you are the one action for the team, see, they don't make sure say the secure say their communication network about 2 or 3 people that might get access to it. The reason why I also say about 2 years ago, when they write the letter for the French Parliament, when Bohebet he talked for this, they would settle for nothing. I mean, they would settle for anything less than independence. When I contact he talks say it will be a mistake. And when the act members then too, they be one try for talk, he talks say, oh, it be used now personal email address, it not be used the one for act. So when it means some person go for forward on a day for like act, it go use my personal email address so that when reply it can't enter. I'm not talking to say me act members almost get access to all of it now because some people they will not be trust them plenty. Now, something I want just give some advice for Ambazonia people, because at the year plenty people they always talk say at which time when negotiation will start, overstay and other kind how negotiation will overstay. When I get for no say the international community it always initiate negotiation. Now for rescue a big person will be check for win the war. When the Russians say you slap you put them for down, now you will go come for can rescue that big state. So now why that we go fight and fight and fight? Because the negotiation, if you never start, now because some of us we say we never really know what we will get for the do. Either we are a little bit divided, or we go to follow now people the way they want try for slow us. Now the reason why you can see say some delay if you come for negotiation. Negotiation what we want now for follow the right channel. People where they stand for freedom, independence, and when are the interim government. So when Ambazonia go for outside they talk say, oh, they follow this group, they follow this group, they follow this group, and when all those things it can cause now confusion. Because those groups they don't represent the interest for Ambazonia. I will give example. Ayuk Tabe and Ayeba, they go discuss with La Republic. Akoro, Jesus he talks in that discussion. Ayeba, he talks he don't discuss for his fire. He war council. 4 conditions which they not even protect or mention the restoration of prisoners. It therefore means that they don't shade now for their special interest and for the special status where they believe. So we understand that if one negotiation get for start quick, we go who will stand for we. They stand for the path we go for. Yes. Enemy, La Republic, they can't declare war on us. They can't next us, starting with Ayijo. They are a military commander-in-chief, Napombia. They can't kill with people. Now, some of you people, when I don't instead wake up, when I talk say, when I enemy for free on our people, now for go kill Dr. Sako, now for go kill interim government, now for kill county by county, now for seize now for do these things. No. Get a problem, international problem with La Republic, and I don't see any reason, and I never see any communication, interim government, even from Dr. Sako, where he talks, wants any group or who he go fight La Republic. So Ambazonia, they will go for focus, because now we system with the delay because with the work they go follow people because of big grammar, big literature, and lies them, and all those things. La Republic is everywhere, left and right, for the increase in military. Now they fool when they work at go kill on our own military people, when they work at kidnap on our own people, when they work at do on our own fight on our own self. Instead for the increase, that way 2016 they start, 2018 war start. I be the inspector who for get 500 generals them inside Ambazonia today. But now only ADF and the rest, they can't talk for you, the general. You go to kill your own general, and you will kill the next one, kill the next one, kill the next one. What you will remain? You will remain. You want La Republic now, it can't finish you. So make una get for those things. Them. I want to put a message for you for the elite, the way they did for home front, because they can't talk to people that did for diaspora, they chop for the struggle, they profited for the struggle. Make the people for elite for the home front no sin. No person, if it's for diaspora, they create any leadership. Now, home front consortium, they transfer leadership send them for diaspora because they be the work and they run against them or they catch them. So the leadership way there for diaspora, no be na permanent leadership, not just interim where it fight now for free you people, for leave you people, for make sure say be the secure for they make una not kind they talk something and for they try to derail people because we dey talk about independence, talk about separation, all those. No leader there for inside home front. If you talk that thing and well, go cash it. They don't catch people. They catch people only because they suspect they cheat them. Then when we the stand for Helena, Charles de Gaulle stand for Italy, free France, and all those things. Why when they complain? Now I go now I talk for France and La Republic. Say me they consider their business interest. They consider their business interest with a free and independent Ambazonia, where it would be a friendly country, than forget a hostile Ambazonia, where it would be for them because the Republic they push themselves for outside. So me any person join the country with draft and draft and draft and draft. Me, I don't already be represented for the negotiation table. Through my chairman, through my representative for house interim government, through my people the way they did for interim government. So I not be for go for for the table like Ochiba next because I have nothing to gain from it. My aim is for liberate my people, for liberate my country. Thank you, plenty.
Thank you, Comrade UN.
Yeah, move on.
Talk short, I beg, because
Yeah, Mami got the eye, please come in.
All right.
I dance of our president and all the leaders there. I don't already there for team act table because of my draft. I don't draft so correct. So I want to say, I want to ask my question. Number one, I say, we know how this people they don't do with the thing where they don't do. You put things together, bring Jangi money for table. So any man bring Jangi money, they put that. One man carrier, they go buy house, they talk in a house. They under rate, a worker, a no worker. We are in the Republic there. We want come in now one. Then when they come, they can't take all colors of our house. Take all the soldiers, they kill them. Then now they don't wake up come again. Now in that they kill, one kill we will wake up for defense. We defend only our body and we hand them. Because we don't get any country where they support we for give it them. So now, we get people where they don't wound plenty. You see how people they rotten even after they don't get that wound then because counties them, they come out. They struggle enough against stick, they struggle enough against something where they go manage feed the fight out or the fight in the house. So that one, when they don't do small thing for them, they tired them. They don't know how to do, and plenty them will still die because of infection for wounded. So now, at the talk say they get to do something, we then do something, and number two, now say we from that time for our own military way be day, will our Republican take and go. We put this one into consideration, say they be take with military go, and if we put that into consideration, now what would they, what we put that in place, say nothing will ever happen, what will not go get with military. And for that people, they work at the key, we own military, then say, international community, not say anything where it come now. After they don't put that act in place, where the one when the interim government put that in place, the follow up, anything where they come now, they know it's not a republic. With their old trick, whether they ever use them, may we shine with eye, make them know say anything now. That's where they work go give small money for woman, 100,000 for woman of a farm where they don't work their farm, make their cooperative, they work their farm. They will say, hey, now so say, madam, be this, don't better be so. We no one hear that nonsense. That one a trick. So may the National Republic that trick. I'm gonna get all these their trick exposed and so that may that time one reach, may not come how we will be there for ground. May they put timeline. Anything will come after any other thing now, National Republic. May they make an international community know. I hope say then they for another year and not to know come put down with stick until we get independent and defend our country fully. They don't bring that fool where they become full and that first time again. At the beg winner, we fight at the day for ground where they don't trip. Let me say they don't shoot their foot for front. They get plenty thing when I begin to think about this one. Some people they don't peel their skin for take and cover that wound there and their skin don't can never skin don't finish. I don't go.
Thank you, Mami God the eye. Yeah, okay. I will leave the microphone now for President and Chair Lady and Secretary. May they answer those three questions. While Dr. Steve, Marcellus, and Wemba.
Okay.
Wamba.
Wamba, you're
Yeah.
correct.
I just come up before President go because now you get the I go for Pastor Victor. Now one act day, one and Ambazonia people when I listen very well. If you see anything fly or whatever go around the people they talk about act, know that just now how they call it, I went to be the truth passer. Now lie, now scam. And then just for correction, one thing with UN negotiation though already start. The thing where Ambazonians are considered to be negotiation is the one thing at the time where people negotiate down for table. They need a win match before they play. They play 90 minutes before people win. And if before the one goes start play World Cup or whatever, that Ambazonia play La Republic for African Nations Cup. The team that they do training, they go camping, do all. And those camping and training while they talk, the negotiation, they go behind the scenes a lot. A lot is going behind the scenes, and that is the training and the camping. So negotiation, they don't already start. And now the end result for go sit on that table. Now we will try for pave the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elat. Now, only one act day. If you want to understand, say now one act day, then you move this mentality where these people them don't bring up, trying to make act like an organization. And I keep on repeating, say act is not an organization. It's a committee of people where they endorse the space-led process. And so we meet up just rules like that in Montreux. We say, okay, we that are here, let's constitute ourselves. So the memorandum will be able to sign all of us. That is ACT. So ACT is not one structure, organization, something established. So if you want to know whether the group of people who be endorse the speech process are still the group of people who endorse the speech process, and I will tell you the answer is yes.
Okay.
If somebody subtracts itself from that process, from that group, say I don't more subscribe to the process again, then you have left ACT because that's the description given to all the groups of people who be endorse that process. The problem is that some people they use their own in their own mind. They were looking at something, they were thinking of something else. They were thinking that we have just created another government, or we have created another governmental authority. They start calling it a politico-military structure. No. I be ask people then say, how people that we go for Fumban, KNDP, KNC, all that people that we meet up, which group they be create? How do they call that group? They will call on Southern Cameroon International Coalition Limited. How do we call them? They had no name. They simply came in all their merits of different groups. They constituted the Southern Cameroon delegation. Then represent. So this is ACT. This is what ACT is. ACT is not a structure where you say the organization membership. What will be the membership for ACT? What's your membership price? Which you pay to belong to ACT. The only qualification is that you endorse the Swiss process and will say, we are the ones who will be working with the mediator for this purpose. So any people who decide to create an organization now and say it's different from this, what we do, that is phony. It has another agenda. Therefore, it's not what we put in place, that this interim government put in place. So there's one act. It's made up of the people who this interim government invited, the people who endorsed the Swiss process up to now, and the people who are working with the mediator for a possible beginning of the face-to-face with that republic. That's all. If there's anything more than that, some people went and registered a non-for-profit organization, put themselves president, chairman, and so on. That's not what we created. We don't need to create that to be a committee of people who agree to embrace the Swiss process. So, unfortunately, you will not understand now and say there are some people in ACT where they use the rest of the people because they are there they have an agenda. But not everybody has an agenda. But you know, if you enter my motor, I will carry you go. You see, you will only open your eye in my destination because some people very much feel that the IG should not be in the place where they. So they want to use that vehicle to see how to push us by the curve. You know, the best way to do that, and then some people don't understand the game. They just follow because of one thing or the other. And I want to say that whatever shaking we had in the interim government, it is also a carry forward to the act, because some of the actors are there. This is part of the game. But unfortunately, they are coming to dissolve what did not exist. We did not create a superstructure. They are trying to divide what did not exist. It's 0 divided by 2. It's 0. We only came to say we are ready we endorse the process, so let's work together. Are we still there yet? If they need us today, will these people come? That's the question. Will they be, or they will say, no, I don't agree with Dr. Elad, so therefore we are not coming again. No. If they will, then they act. If they will not come, then there are no more act. So, from the UN, we have secured our communication. We will not allow anybody in act. In fact, I think the chair lady we have is level-headed enough and right-thinking enough, not to engage in those kind of things or send our correspondences that we have not approved. And if at all that is going to be the case for any correspondent, we will have return mails, not more than one. So it should not be that there is one email that we must respond to and the rest of the people are in the dark. That will not be allowed. It was never a policy like that. I want to believe that individual who said he made a mistake. One thing I know, as come you and you talk, Ambazonia know here very well. This revolution get plenty talkers. People that they talk. As we should don't hear now, so talk they go on. People can talk. Talk for WhatsApp, talk for Telegram, talk for Signal, talk for Facebook, talk for Twitter. They talk. But I want to tell you, I want to tell everybody, talk, no go take way for negotiation table. It doesn't matter the grammar and how you do all the grammar and put all the spelling together. You know, talk cannot take with the table at all. The people, the way that they contribute, way that they act, now actors that they will take with for table. Yes, way that our ARFD do, now they take with the table. Every day we see action, they accelerate with the table. Yes, and you, when you put your hand for pocket for make that action to happen, you are more significant than 1,000 talkers, whether they talk grammar, blow grammar, share here and distribute it. Yes, that's the truth. When this story will be told at the end, now what will you do? Now it be move with power, and now it matter. Now it matter. Talkers don't matter. They only get their 1 minute fame. When people they say, yeah, you don't talk. But what really moves us, we go make we see face and public as 2 states of equal status, not in a big grammar. Now our action. So that's why our local government are more significant than any little group of people where they just sit down because they can speak. But they are not doing anything to move the pin. So you are the people. We are the people. If there was no war and repression in Ambazonia, I did tell the people who from say there is only an interim government or an governmental authority or leadership in the diaspora because there is war. That's the only reason, because there is war going on there. And because even where they are not fighting in some corners, there's repression. There's no freedom. If these two things were not there, who here want to, are you kidding me? Who here want to be here to be a leadership over about 13,000 miles away? No. This thing started in the home front. He only came here because he could not stay there. He could not work there. He could not operate there. He could not function there. He came here. And anybody who is saying that under the circumstances we should bring it back, the man correct, so he correct. In fact, he's actually saying, let us surrender. That's what he's saying. Because if he could work there, he would now, the leadership would have not even come to the diaspora in the first place. If he could walk on the ground. If all these Bala and the rest of the people who started this thing with the Bobka and the rest, if everything was fine, they were just being normal human beings, like you have opposition and other people fighting for their rights in other countries and they are free. Why would this thing have become our business here? We would have been supporting, and that's what we started doing. Then we are here because you cannot function there in as far as leadership, negotiation, and talking with the other side and making our voices heard. And you cannot do it. You can't. That's why we're here. So let nobody say they don't take on a place, they just can't carry out the work, they don't take on a position. That's a manipulation, that. The manipulation. Yes. As I asked one time, I say you way you know the answer your name. Even on the ground, you get a nickname. If they tell you, say may you come, even for Victoria self, say may you come, the one talk for you for Victoria. They don't even talk, say may you go for La Republic or may you go for. They say for Victoria, come for Victoria. We guarantee you come, may we talk. You go. You feel common for that bush where you did for go for that Victoria go. So the same people, they take your power for her. Do they can't just say they don't take your view. Now you define, now you begin for you feel go Victoria. Let one fighter tell me, say, if they find me now for Miramar Hotel, say they want to negotiate, me, I will go for I will go there for Gome. It's not possible. Now, because of that atmosphere, now when the leadership move away from the home front, now it finds itself here and will hold them until the atmosphere is be free, where the leadership can go back to the ground comfortably. That is sense. Any other thing is nonsense. Now, just people they want to manipulate because they will tell you anything. Sometimes you will hear because of who is talking to you, but it's nonsense. For the wounded people, then I know Mama got the eye because now you be in charge of wounded warriors. I just know the pain. I don't say that I know the pain. I know when you receive the first phone call, tell you that they show you pictures and videos where you know if you sleep because of the suffering of the people where they put their lives on the line. I pray may all the local government where they've been represented here, do your best. Make sure say we get a budget for them. We not only get a budget for Granot, we get a budget for the casualty. Matter of fact, for me, anytime I hear news of the good news, when I call the commander, the first thing I ask is now how many are wounded? What are the casualties? Because that one to come with the cost. Every victory we hear, sometimes I hear the first thing commander will tell me, I say, everybody is back to base, no problem. I say, that's when for me, that's when I say, praise God. So, when we do everything, we make sure say they feel that they are part of an army, then they are not individuals fighting for their family. They are part of an army. And from there, they will bring that national culture in them. We will make them know say they belong and represent the nation, not just individuals. Thank you.
Chair Lady, do you have something to add? Or we'll just move with the next three hands.
Let's move on.
That number that increase as they go. You must, I told you, okay, you know who say they were there. You get to stop the number then somewhere, or else we will leave this place and we will answer all the questions.
Pastor Victor did already talk. So now command.
Just put on me, you know the last name will come in.
Wole, sorry, you will give 30 seconds. If President, I'm just sorry.
No, take all my friends, I beg.
Okay. We'll go to Dr. Steve, then Wamba, Momo, LG, be ready, and Ambazonian Bobo. Just be ready.
I beg if someone talk long, I will cut it short so that may other people to more get democracy of time. It means
yeah, more just give them two minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, two minutes. And 2 minutes, me they just start for round up. So that me other people that talk, please. We'll be sorry for this. So we want to me all really express itself that she say it take long. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, and the cabinet. All protocols duly respected. Sorry, I need to put off my video because at 3 p.m. for where we are there and I still they work. So I will bring up this idea of this acting last week. The point, for going straight to the point. Pastor Victor raised an important point that has not been answered. When the bell of negotiation will ring, question, will it be ringing, will it be directing to us as the principal of the coalition team, or it will be ringing to all the Team Act members? Second, if it is ringing to all the Team Act members, therefore, we need to be very cautious and very careful. It means since there is another 419 group of trying to hold their own conference, if that major bell of negotiation is coming to Ambazonia and it is also ringing in their table, we need to be very cautious because I see it as three. Ambazonia is one, La Republique is another, and then the negotiator, which is Swiss, like the third. If the bell of negotiation is going to come from Switzerland to us, meaning Ambazonia and La Republique, we now, because everybody is only looking at us, but within, we need to start to look of ourselves without. I think the main thing I'm trying to say is there no way that we can act like, for example, in the Christians? How come that, for example, Easter Sunday is being observed by all Christians, whether you are Pentecostal or you are Catholic or not, but as Christians, they do observe one thing. Us as Ambazonian in the Team Act, it means for us as principal to have brought these people to come and join us, there is one thing that we have in common. That is why we brought them. How is it not possible for us, because of that one thing, if it is just independence, for us to be able to unite for that one thing? My fear is that if the bell of negotiation is going to ring not only directly to us for us to decide before letting them know, if it's going to ring to us and ring to them, and as Pastor Victor asked the question, we need to be very cautious. That is the point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly on time. Let me see what's next.
Wamba.
Okay, Wamba. The Ambazonian Bobo should prepare.
Unmute them.
Oh, okay, so.
Greetings to Mr. President and his vice and his cabinet. All protocol duly respected. I'm at work, that's why I cannot put the camera on. So I have my own point. What I have here is that we're talking a couple of days ago, and somebody was insisting how the languages that will be spoken in the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, and the person was telling me that we'll still have to have French lessons in French lessons in our schools. I've just brought this point here because I should bring it here. I said, and I stand by it, that we should have English language pidgin. If there is French, then the government will create what they call sworn translators in every local government areas. I go back to the La Republique system, the way they wanted to kill us. and they're still killing also today, is that they create in the francophone schooling system. They had German in class and Latin and Spanish without English. If they have English, then it's just now, just a few years ago. But before, the total public schools never had English language. And they created more bilingual schools in Ambazonia than in the francophone zone. So when we go back to our boya, I think the president is here. We should have only one translators in every local government area, not French language being spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Ambazonian Bobo.
Yeah, greetings everyone, protocol highly respected. I'll go to my native language, the Pidgin language. Greetings, President, greetings, Vice President, and the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Ella, greetings, Madam Lobati. In short, protocol highly respected. I don't listen to one brother as I've just joined the Zoom meeting, but maybe they make some very important point where I would like me the IG and the Secretary of Foreign Affairs they look into that matter seriously. For which the brother we talk about how Ambazonia if he fully get confidence for this liberation fight. Yes, we not say few people they fit take we go boya, but if we look at the way these guys don't do it recently, we don't know the Magadon way they behind we go cow will not go feel resistance. Limited one they heard now today now because they don't shaking something before limited they be heard. So the IGK for do something for say if we all we will believe say as well not facts, not as say if all we believe, say now this IG get all the population, the support behind it. They get for do something for really make sure say the head of the foreign affairs get for be there while it control a department way it be fully represented inside Team Agwe, the rest of the members know. But the rest of the members know because if that for be the case, I'm not sure say the guy for the come out with this kind of way they know say population of Afro inside Team Akwe, they behind this IG. And if some mechanism there, if you do it for the way, nobody know of these members from LGA, their numbers, no way know that if you contact them, but they know say they did it. They may they do something. That point where that brother make up for my own as for the meeting today, now the best point where they make up. I beg me, if they feel visit that point, may they visit them. It's for say with the I know na black na we will be put away with the ways level she don't wait me they take them away before we don't have to do preventive measures. But at the back, say maybe the population for IG be fully represented inside it. Sometimes they will fit La Republic do some trickish kind things. Like one of these things able to do. Now see trickiness from La Republic. We can steal something from that, use it for our advantage. Do the same thing too. We go there for our advantage, please. Thank you, plenty.
Yeah, thank you, Ambazonian Bobo. Mr. President, now we give floor now.
All right, Dr. Steve. So when the bell will ring, who will the mediator call? Be very easy for know the answer. When they decided to call Ambazonia in the first place, who did they call? They called us. So here's the thing. May I just make a truth? When the Switzerland they decide to respond to Ambazonia's request, not only we will be right to speak. ATC, they'll be right for Swiss. We too will be right to Swiss. The Swiss respond to we. I asked me a question, say, can you get the rest of the people together? Can you do this? Say yes. So why? So I want to tell you, say this, so when they become, they don't be know of anything called act, there was nothing like that in existence. They don't be know of anything called SCS, there was nothing like that in existence. Now, as a result of their message, where we went ahead to create. So these things cannot become more important than the beginning. The truth is that as a mediator, you know, the deal with creation of groups, you deal with actors. You have to identify the actors. If they send you as a mediator now, say me you go mediate somewhere conflict now in the Middle East. You know, go there, define a name. You want to find beyond the names, you are looking for the actors in that conflict. Now the people in the way you get to talk. So are you serious? Let me say, if you just say if they want to solve this problem now, and they want to talk to somebody that must be of necessity on the table, they will first go check for who. Just talk through. No, do want to be a boasting contest. If you really want to solve a problem in Ambazonia, in this war that is going on, and you are called mediator, the other side say they are ready, and this side want to come and talk to somebody who must be on the table. Here is the thing. I don't ever say this so. The principal is the person where, if he is not on the table, there will be no negotiation. The others are people who, even if they are not on the table, there will be negotiation. So who is that person in Ambazonia? If you say there is none, okay, it means that we just there all over the place like bees where they fly up and down. But they know who that principal is. In the beginning, they knew the principal. That's why they approached us. And we've done a good job to bring the people together. And I still believe, say, if it happened today, they will still call us as they have been calling us. Yes. So we will know. We will be the first to know. You can take that off. We'll be the first to know, especially if the other side is willing to talk. I mean, it's ready for the next step, for the next stage. We'll be the first to know. Because they don't, our importance is not in structures, but in how it is our role in the conflict. So this is not a contest of you be more important, or maybe you speak more grammar than me, or something like that. Or you were there before I existed. That doesn't matter. Our role in the conflict now will determine our place on the table. So if they really want them, as I know, my dealing with them for more than 2 years, our phones will ring. That one is a fact. But will they talk to other actors who they consider actors? I think they may. But if we say no, there will be no negotiation. That is one thing. So, and let me help us. Our majority in this discussion is not in a room. It's in the power that we will in this problem.
Yes.
So if I be in a meeting when I be 13, I didn't be one. They will consider me minority, say I be one because when I did 12. You are 12 and in that room. Our majority power lies on the stakes that we bear in the struggle. The power and the control that we will. Our ability to say yes or no as far as the war is concerned. Now it be with power, not be numerical advantage within a room or an office. So that's why I'm telling Ambazonian, say even if we consider the group, you hear say, you see me, maybe when I say, Dr. Ella, they enter inside that room, now you want. The other people, they did 20, if they 19, if be 20, number 20, they start here, say, now when they did 19, they go overshadow. No! Whatever they discuss there is only an agreement if we agree, if the principal says yes. If the principal says no, they will start afresh. That is how negotiation is done. If the principal agree, they potentially have a negotiation. They may only go and consult some other subsidiary to see if they will endorse the agreement. Now, so it be there for South Africa. Somewhere they be negotiate Mandela ANC be negotiate. But Zulu no what is that my name? Butelezi, he no be there for that negotiation. The Communist Party no be there for that negotiation. But after they achieve an agreement, wait it. The mediators, they carry and go for them for see whether the P endorse the agreement. They potentially had an agreement when Mandela said yes. But if Mandela said no, and the other people they said yes, there would have still been no agreement till today. That's how I define the principle. So, and the people they negotiate, I need to teach them this lesson. They already know it. They know what to do. The language, the way they go talk for Ambazonia. If you know how French is turn money better, then you even think say they will come teach French for East Ambazonia. French, you just need to look at Rwanda, who probably are also bitter with the French. How they switch within one generation and put French one side and they embrace English to the extent that President Kagame, who speaks French very well, better than any of us, cannot even greet the French president in French. You greet him in English, they translate into French to him. Then you know what it means. That's what it will be in Ambazonia. Then the trouble is that there are going to be a lot of documentation where they will be in Ambazonia, where they will come in French. So somehow, our translators will be there. But we will not teach our children from primary school, secondary school, in other kind of foreign language than where they learn for university. We will include French for them so that we can have some people. But we cannot teach in primary school, at least some in nursery school, in secondary school that teach people about French. No. It will be so bad that French teachers say, I don't know which side they will leave before they teach their French. So they will be at the level of the university, you know. Now, I don't, for the last one for Ambazonia, but no worry. We don't decide now, say, yesterday we get a cabinet meeting. We don't decide now, say, we will do everything for continue, for build along with the members of ACT, get the source with people the way they will be useful in the technical team and start the work of preparation and capacity building. Now, we accelerate them because what is happening now from the front line, to say we need to accelerate. Now we will accelerate because even if we talk today, say some people the way they be, with some group the way they endorse the Swiss process, may they go bring with 10 people who are qualified and able and willing to work. Some of the number even make up the number what will give them, say they bring up only as members of the pack. Then another one will say we need 10 people, we need experts in this, and they'll say we'll get them. So this thing depends more on us because we get the structure, we get the space, we get the people, we get the numbers. So it is expected that when we go bring the people, since we know more people who are committed and who are dedicated. So therefore, let's do it as if everything depends on us. Yes. Then at the end, whoever is still there, we will know. But if nobody is there, the principal should not say, we were not ready because we're waiting for the others to see if they have somebody. We should have everybody we need to have and do everything we need to do. Yes, so that we will be, Ambazonia will be correctly and sufficiently represented on the table. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. We'll move directly to Ambazonian Genocide Library.
How many people did remain?
Will remain.
And they had the group.
No, I know say we'll end with Paddy when we'll get two set them for 3 people. They'll end for Paddy, then it will depend for president. Ambazonian genocide, please. now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I just have some 2 points that I want to chip in.
Introduce yourself, please, comrade.
I'm just the editor and the editor and owner of Ambazonian General Library. Somebody must have come across that site.
You're welcome, comrade.
Okay, thank you very much. Long time, Mr. President, more than 2 years. Anyway, let's drive on. When you talk about negotiation, it is time for war. It is time for Ambazonians. You guys have to be prepared for war right now, because that is the bargaining chip. When you go to a negotiating table, you have a backup. You can walk out and the next day is firepower. Your opponent knows that these people have power. That is why we're talking to them. So this is not a time for us to lay down our arms or relax. It's a time to redouble our efforts. And again, I talk to a lot of people. People have struggled a lot with this question. Do you want to be like South Sudan? No. Here's a simple answer that I want to give to you. If it makes sense, you can use it. Ask them the question that I asked somebody. I said, Biden can never say Biden has the right to fire Kamala Harris. What Kamala Harris cannot do is go into the bush and pick up arms. That's exactly what Rick Marshall did in South Sudan. Salva Kiir fired him for trying to overthrow him. Instead of going through a democratic process, he went into the bush and picked up arms. The West never said anything. And the reason is simple. They wanted to benefit from the oil deals that they missed under Salva Kiir, hoping that Riek Machar can take over power and sign them those new deals. So we have to be very tactical the way we answer some of these questions. And I'm begging you that use the library site. It is there for everybody. It is there for everybody. So we're on the right track. You know, I've been very, very objective on the side, but it doesn't mean that I don't vote. It doesn't mean I don't know the right path to follow. Those are the Washington Post and New York Times. You don't see their political leanings in their writings. But that is what I do on the library. I am focused. And so let us be focused. Thank you, guys. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you, comrades.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Comrade Ken Momo. Ken Momo.
On mute.
I'm asking him to unmute himself. He's in Japan. Hopefully he's not asleep.
Yeah.
Ken, are
Yes,
you
hello.
unmuted? Yes.
Thanks to the moderator and everybody. I just got some few questions I would like to ask. I'm just an observer, by the way. So from Momo County. I just want to know about the Team Act. So if the Act has member only in the diaspora or it include the home front. And then the second question would be, with all the happening in Act, is Act going to reconstitute itself? And then the third question will be, can ACT go alone without IG? And if the IG is the principal, can it go ahead without other groups? Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. That was very good. Respected the time. We'll go to IG Watchmen. Home front.
Okay. Good evening, sirs.
Are you from
Home
Home
Your
front?
Excellency. Yes, of course.
Okay, okay. Then we will not ask you any questions to present yourself. So you just go on.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I've been taking part in a lot of meetings, so I'm not new here. Your Excellency, good evening, and every other protocol respected. I have a problem with us, and our problem is that we are
We lost him, or poor network, either one
Let
of
me
the
see.
instead of proactive. This meeting, because there has been that's the first thing. Now, the second thing is um, act is useless to me. Whatever a group of people sit and they claim that
His
lost
line is
you.
breaking.
We're not hearing you.
Yeah. Wow.
Can I make a
Can he
suggestion
type in
because
his
and so
chat?
on. If negotiation will be actually
We have not been following you. There have been breakages along. Madam Speaker has a suggestion for you.
Yes. Um, if you have Paddy's number, can you text your question to Paddy and let Paddy read it for us? Just go
Or-
straight to the point.
Yeah, or even do an audio. He can play your voice.
Yes,
here.
or do an audio recording on if you have Paddy's number.
Yes.
Do it that way because you're breaking. Thank you. Comrade Amos, move on, pick another person. Let's move on. I think we want his voice heard and we'll find it some other way.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Comrade Ivo Commando. Pastor Commando, you are a technology man. You need to unmute yourself.
Move to the next person.
Okay, I'll move to the next person on that one. Okay, Magilda, M&M Chair. Comrade.
Magina, unmute.
Yeah.
She's unmuted.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Sorry I arrived late. As usual, it's working day, so I arrived when many things had always transpired. So my question is this: the way I'm hearing the conversation go on, I just wanted to ask. Maybe I missed it at the beginning. This is a team act. This meeting was called as a team act meeting. How many people, how many act groups are actually represented here today? That's my question number one. Oh, before I even ask that question, I should have said, hello, Mr. President, hello, Mr. Vice President. All protocols were respected, all the SOS and everybody else. And I wanted to ask that. And I want to endorse the question that I think it was you and who asked that question, or no, it was the chair of Bali who asked the question. What, how are the LGA actually represented? To that question, Madam Speaker said they're going to be represented through expertise. I would like to know what type of expertise are we talking about? At some point, are we going to spell it out what we are looking for exactly? So those are my two questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Magilda. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got three questions now. So,
Right.
Our comrade from Ambazonia Genocide Library, yes, it's true. The stronger we are in the war front, the sooner we get the conclusion. And the conclusion will take place in one way or the other, either on the negotiation table or on the field. But the stronger we are, the sooner we get the outcome. Sometimes when peace becomes when the war becomes very expensive, when it becomes very costly, then that is when peace will be of great value. That's when the discussion, negotiation will become meaningful. So that's why we need to increase the cost of the fire on the fire side. We need to fight and continue. That is what we are doing. The reason why we are drafted, and some of us are drafted radically, is because we want to radically change the face of the struggle of the craft. I can assure you that that's just what we are going to do. Does ACT have members in the home front? Yes, we have members in the home front. We even have members from one. So we potentially will have even more from home front. But we want to make sure that you are comfortable to belong and still be in peace. Because in this day and time, not everybody can be openly associated with this interim government and work freely in the home front. We don't want to jeopardize anybody's life. But if you think if you can take it and you don't mind, you are such that you can work on, you can do it and survive it, then you will belong. Because you can say you want to do it hiding. One day you'll be surprised that it's another person who will tell on you that you belong, as things happen every day. So whether inadvertently or deliberately, he might tell somebody about who you are and that you belong. So that's the danger we always consider for any role somebody has to play from the home front. Think about their safety because of the kind of regime that we are fighting against. They are cruel, they are inhuman, they are animals, in fact. So the Team Act meeting today is held at in the background of people who have advertised another meeting without our consultation. We have a new chair, and the chair is not the one dishing out those invitations. So we know that we are still together until proven otherwise. So if it has to be official, it has to emanate from the leadership that we now have. So this is us, and our chair lady is from the SCM, and this is most of the people who are present in interim government. And some people have chosen to attend this, probably using pseudo names because they don't want to be identified to their real names or maybe participate in this discussion. So that we have not received any official such resignation from everybody who is not. In this confusion, some people might be thinking about what to do right now. So we have established a program on the television that will be weekly or don't know at what intervals to explain this and this to continue to mobilize the people and especially help reach out to the people to help us constitute the technical group as quickly as possible to come and help ACT, come and help ACT as it is. So, so what I can tell you is that I can see two organizations here, that which are represented, the interim government and the CNC as charity, and potentially others who have not resigned and don't have any reason not to belong to whatever it is. People that even if we were going to have a talk show out there, may not even participate. If they were here, they would just greet us and talk to you a few things about it because they are not in leadership, but they are part and subscribe to this process. So that is what is happening today. But as time goes on, as we hold our meetings on Saturdays, we're going to see how many constituents are not stick with us or not. Now the question is, can the IG go without the ACT? Yes. In fact, every group can go without the other. In other words, can any group endorse the peace process without the other group? Yes. we could still decide to endorse the Swiss process and constitute nothing. The Swiss will have the list of those who endorse it. During invitations, those are the ones they will invite. But we decided to do it as a core. So can the others go without us? Yes, they can go without us. The question is, will there be negotiations without us? So that's it. That's just the answer. I don't think so, because you cannot have negotiation between two sides without their principles. And that is why Camto came here and some Ambazonians pressured me that I should go and meet Camto. I said, no. I said, principals talk when principals are present. Even if Camto will be part of La Republic side one day, Camto is not the principal. So we cannot even have any talks or negotiation with him. It is dead on arrival. It's a wasteful enterprise. But we may have discussions and negotiation with the principal. And if that agreement amounts to anything, they might take it to their orders to see if they can endorse or something like that. So I think the negotiation, I mean, the mediators know this more than all of us, that you need the principals on board before you can say you have a negotiation on board. So we have organizations that are that are with us because they have no choice but to be for the process. They are for the process, so they are with us. Because when the international community is saying that let the Republic come to Switzerland for negotiation, you think that in the back of their mind, they are saying they should come and meet who? They should come and meet the principal and the rest. Do you know how many are not involved in that process? But because the principal is there, said they endorse the process. They did not endorse the grand national dialogue because those of Ambazonians were there, the principal was not there. If they like, they can go and congregate with La Republic. It will still not amount to anything. The way in CBN in Canada, some of them sneaked and went there and had a meeting with them. They said that is the platform that will be negotiating. The principal in Ambazonia was not there. So it's dead on arrival. I hear their chairman has resigned.
Okay.
I think there was one more question that Mark Gilder needed answer. What type of experts are we looking at from the perspective of technocrats? It's going to be variable, but the ones that we can just talk about, whether you're a lawyer, whether you are a geologist, whether you are an engineer, or you are an economist, or it's going to be variable, or there will just be so many different facets of technical teams, because you will be assessing a certain segment of what is relevant and what is important that the lead negotiator on our behalf will be taking and arming themselves with that information to put on the table. I thank that person who said that. Oh yes, it was Ambazonia Genocide Library. Yes, power increases when negotiation starts. It doesn't slow down. It increases. It escalates, because then our opponent takes us seriously. Thanks.
Okay.
And also, just to note that this is not just an intellectual exercise. We need people who have unquestionable loyalty.
Yes.
To the Ambazonian struggle,
Mm-hmm.
who are serious about us, who are not people who are trying to settle for less, and they are just dancing our song. When they get into the closet or when they are trying to give us something, they start using it, manipulating it, just to make us to make us weaker and or even betray the process. We are looking for people who have some. That's why the LGAs are the best to give us such names. Find amongst you people who have a commitment, who have shown a commitment to the struggle, who have loyalty to the struggle, and who really want the freedom, the real freedom of Ambazonia. Those are the people we consider first. Because some people are highly intellectual, but they can be the Judases that we can have in our team. While we are struggling to go forward, they are letting the air on our tires so that we don't go very far.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President and Lady Chair. Let's, Paddy, do you have the question from our comrades in home front? Sorry, yeah.
Have you unmute yourself? You are able to.
If not, we'll move just 1 minute each, please. 1 minute each. And then we should just round up because when I know say I be grassroots man the work for back, I like grassroots people there. People there for ground. Me president just permit me just here for people there for ground. Yeah. I will just give them 1 minute all. Nibo, Comrade Nibo, unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, then KMC Amber will follow, Techno Pop follow Mickey, Bobby CLG, and Jackson Menchum. Then we'll end there, finally. That should, Jackson Menchum will be the final person, please. The last person.
Don't forget Paddy. Paddy's hand has been up and he may carry the other message. So
Yeah, when he comes back, he's not on. Yeah, Nibo.
Yeah.
The microphone is yours. Yeah, if you come in.
How it works for you to get access over there.
Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. Good
1
evening,
minute, please. 1 minute. It's already, yeah, please. We
All
just
right.
want everybody to say something, to ask ask questions, and to.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, okay. No,
Can
go
I
on, go on.
continue?
Yeah, continue. Sorry, please. For interrupting
All right.
you.
I'll talk for we country talk. This one, I want to thank my president, Honorable President Dr. Saku. I want to thank the Vice President. I want to thank as well my Honorable SOS, the Project Manager, Dr. Martin Mungwa, my Irene Lubati, my Irene Gua. I thank all of them. And I want to draw somebody attention with this thanks where they give them. This thanks goes actually to Dr. Elat, my foreign secretary. Why I can't thank Dr. Elat? I can't thank Dr. Elat for one thing, because that's a man of principle. When this boy, they call it Chris Anu, he be open that ABS. I see Dr. Elat for inside. I began to call Dr. Elat myself for Germany. And me and Dr. Elat, we began a very nice conversation. And Dr. Elat be promised me one thing. He tell me, Nibo, look, ma tell you something. Leave me a day with this, what did they call that name? This Chris Anu. But he no get nothing. He no go can ever touch the Ambazonian government with Sako Day inside. Then I can praise President Sako again for taking back Dr. Elat and he give me post. So this one, I thank Dr. Elat to be so honest to me. And he proved himself like really the lawyer way I get to hold it tight. for this situation. So, Dr. Ella, thank you very, very much for all what you've done, for giving your words to me and keeping your words like a real man in the land of Ambazonia.
Just round up, please.
I go round up now for talk say wait. Say this one where they talk say more will go for Swiss talk, more will take team act carry and go. Me, I want just propose all man know say na Dr. Sako take power after Sisi Seko Ayok Tabi. All man know so Swiss people they know say na Dr. Sako na be we interim na be we president. For create team act, create any other thing say more carry and go for Swiss. Men are Dr. Sako for a government where he get up. Because Dr. Sako don't create an excellent government. For inside that government where Dr. Sako create up. Now for there we go put people there now where they will go for that Swiss. Go defend us as Dr. Sako don't always talk. We are going to Swiss for one thing, to sit down and negotiate for our separation.
Okay, comrade, round up, please.
Okay, so I think that I want bring him out.
Okay, then.
Thank Dr. Ella. So that for this Sakoi government, people where they go enter that go inside. Now Sako get for choose the people there. No go take man like anyone where they don't be for team act, then they can't bring confusion.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. That is my own contribution.
Thank you. Comrade KMC Amber.
Okay.
Try for be short, please.
Yes, I'll be very short. I get.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Amos. I recognize my commander in chief, the chair lady, Winnie Lobati, and Dr. Elad, and all the other members. I get just two quick questions. One, I don't follow all which we don't talk today. I want to say, if the talk today say, now the call bell ring now so say make we go for Switzerland for negotiate. How ready will be? We sure say we'll be ready. We'll get all within them together. We will play the match so that make we win. And number one question. That number two. Now see for any war like we dey inside, this thing we talk about negotiation now also part of the war. And usually it be necessary for you for the get intel or the monitor what they happen for the side for your enemy in order for prepare your own strategy well for side find their weak points. We all know, say the way La Republic they now some kind thing that they happen for the power dynamics they go on for the and surely they will adjust their strategy. All this time where they hide, they no one gonna because they never find the right strategy for hit with it. They will adjust their strategy as time they go on.
Round up.
Yeah, at the round up.
Yeah,
we all know to be short-handed for Fumban because say time with people they will go the English people they never there for back, but French people they be there for their back. So how would you follow up with what they happen for day for no for back so that depending on how waiting they happen for day more they adjust our own strategy too, so that when the time reach we'll know waiting for presenter. Thank you. I finished.
Thank you, comrade. Yeah. Comrade Techno Pop. Comrade Techno Pop, last call. Okay. Comrade Mike, Babi CLG.
You didn't unmute Techno Pop.
Oh, let's make sure Technical was unmuted.
Yeah, good evening, Ambazonians. Good evening, President, the Vice President, the Speaker of the House. I will talk with Pidgin, me, everybody, he understand. There are a lot of questions they read their own fast, and I know we're right life for the field. I just get one question for us. We know say since this struggle start, a lot of surprises become. and where they only try now for sideline the interim government where be now the principal. Now, even for the recent yesterday, we hear how they try for sideline the interim government. Then, which is the interim government do for make sure say it safeguard a position. Me, it not can be a surprise at the end when, like just like now, they all start to talk about negotiations and they stick there for kicking out. Which will be which way they use for make sure say they safeguard and they know say they get for keep aside all these coup plotters and the rest. Again, person like Egg of Sea, we know say get a lot of atrocities. Which is go make the interim government see say if they take them with them, they not go a lot of public take advantage over them, say them too the cause atrocities and it will reduce our own debating powers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Mickey. Yeah. Comrade Jackson Mencho.
All my respect to the President, His Excellency, the Vice President, our greatest lady, Maa Lobati. I greet the whole House. I will get two questions, but our President, he don't answer the one question where I want to ask him. And my heart over glad where he talks say, make the interim government go ahead for prepare like if no other group day. That one make me be happy. And I want for suggest say, make the interim government go ahead for prepare for all arrangements as it concern the negotiations. And then my second question, now say, would they more than 2 million Ambazonians in the diaspora who get majority of them, they don't just turn their backs on this cause. How this group of people, they will be handled when we get to Boya. And my suggestion, I would like to say, the days ahead in any of the town hall meetings, I would like to say make we come out with a resolution where it was scare some of them for say if they no contribute as soon as we reach Boya, they will pay either 100 times or 50 times which we would pay today, because like me at the talk, I don't pay my 2020 draft, pay my 2021 draft. Now I want to pay my 2022 draft. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Jackson. Yeah. Let me just take this to. That will be the end. Dr. Tita, Comrade Tita, please, can you come in? Then the Commando, 1 minute, please. Most will not go end.
Thank you so much, Chairman Amos. Greetings, Mr. President. Greetings, fellow members of government here present. Greetings, honorable members of the Interim House of Representatives here present. And Madam Chair, I salute you, Honorable Chair. Fellow Southern Cameroonians present in this meeting today. I'm extremely happy to be part of this session today about Team Act. When we talk about negotiation, let's all remember why the idea of negotiation actually came up. Because for the first time, the Southern Cameroonians plight have a leader that accepted self-defense, and that's President Sako, for the first time in the history. That's why the topic of negotiation is coming up now, or came up in this struggle. Let us also, because I saw the tweet that Senior Comrade Bohawet put up, I don't know if it was yesterday, someone forwarded it to me yesterday, about the Sako-led IG not being part of Team Act. It's not possible. Please, this is something that we have seen before. I'm going to say it here in this meeting. In the days of the SCLC, with one Fontaine Deba, they did not succeed in trying to remove the president from the position of leadership of this struggle. Just recently, a group of disgruntled Southern Cameroonians and the defunct Restoration Council made up false allegations against the president in an effort to remove the president from the position of leadership. They did not succeed. And more recently, yesterday or so, the supposed Bo Herbert and the others that have been fighting to be in position of leadership put out a tweet that the Sako-led interim government, so now it's not removing Dr. Sako, it's removing Dr. Sako-led interim government from act.
Yeah.
This is all the work of the enemy of La République du Cameroun to cause distraction in this struggle. That I can assure you. But they will not succeed.
SOS,
They will not,
round up.
they will not succeed.
Sorry.
So please, I have one question, Chairman, since you want me to round up real quick.
Yeah.
The question I have is, what do those that are currently members of Team Act, what do they do on a regular basis to foster this revolution? Why they're waiting for whenever French Cameroon wants to come to the negotiation table? What do they do on an active day-to-day basis to move this struggle forward? And can we, as a government, assign them a task or a just responsibility for them to perform while waiting for French Cameroon to come to the negotiation table? Thank you.
Good question, SOS. Yep. Comrade Commando, this is your last call. Pastor Commando. Paddy?
Okay, thank you very much. I was not unmuted. All right. My question is very straightforward. The strategy that La Republic is using, we have seen the coup plotters going into attack in La Republic. What's the government doing about it? I'm asking it to the defense chief. What's the government saying or doing to make sure that it is known that it is not the interim government that is involved in that kind of act? Thank you.
Is that
Okay. Thank you so much. So I will just leave the floor to the president and the chair lady also. So that is the last question, Mr. President and chair lady.
Please,
So the
can
floor
we,
is yours.
may I appeal that we get techno whatever. We did not unmute him, so we couldn't get him. So we can just
I've
get
tried
him to talk now.
techno. Okay. Please,
So he can give his question along with
Techno,
us.
can you come in? Accept to unmute yourself, Techno.
I don't know if he's on home front. If he's at home front, that's making it difficult. Mr. President, go ahead and
Yeah, I would
start.
really like to satisfy everyone, but I don't know. Techno. Techno cannot unmute.
Can you get me? Good evening. Can you get me?
Okay, Techno, we can get you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you from home front or in the diaspora? Okay, Techno, we can get you.
All right.
Well, listen, go ahead. Talk.
No, I didn't have a home front.
That is in that.
Oh, that's the reason. Well, we're having a big problem.
Yeah, we'll be patient. Try and say something.
I'm still recording.
No way.
Well,
No way. Just record your questions. Send them.
Yes.
Um, So sorry, or may I just take my own answer them so that I feel run away because this chairman Emo, so you can just keep me here and be turning me around and around. If I don't answer, run away. They will say everything depends on the president. And my friend Gambob Gabe here. Okay, let me take your question. So may not vex with me.
Mute him.
Unmute. Unmute yourself.
Your Honorable, Your Excellency, President Sako, the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, all protocols duly respected. I'm sorry I was out of town and I just got into town a couple of less than 20 minutes ago, and I wanted to join to follow this celebration because it means so much for all of us. Listen to what Dr. Tita said and the question that some few people asked before him, and they're talking about IG having been kicked out of Team Act. I'm sure that the President and the Speaker, Madam Speaker, would have answered the question about whether there are two acts or not. I put that question even in the House of the Interim Rep because I really wanted the solution because I got it from our Canada-wide forum here, so I was just surprised too. I want to ask the President and Madam Chair that have they had any official meeting of the ACT team that took a resolution to kick the IG out of it? If they have they written any official document to us that have kicked us out, or people are just making their personal opinion on the internet that the IG Sako has been kicked out? We have over 200 people here. That's a significant proportion of people are saying they've been kicked out. Not just Dr. Sako alone, or not just Madam Speaker alone. So do we have any written document to that effect? And if it is it that they sat down and deliberated and actually voted to kick IG out of the Team Act or not? I'm just surprised because we need the coalition to move forward to support us in our deliberation. And then now they're kicking the main player out. So I just wanted to find out whether we have had an official letter that is removing us from Team Act. And then I will just extend my regards to everybody that's working tirelessly to keep the candle of the revolution burning. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to ask this one important question. I'll raise my case.
Yes. Comrade Nibob, you gave a vote of thanks to Dr. Elad. Me too, I give a vote of thanks for him. So no answer for that one. If they call now for say they're ready, are we going to be ready? First of all, I want to say maybe we know say the negotiation itself. For example, let me just give us practically what will happen. If the Republic calls Switzerland today, say we want to come, the first talk we go hold, not one that they call and say talk on talks. And on the talks on talk, it not necessarily involve the negotiation expert for this. It's a form of pre-talks. It will involve the principal and his representatives and the other people. So I made they agree on the talks about, they want to talk about the talks. So they will agree on place, they will agree on date, they will agree on the issues to be discussed, they will agree on the theme and so on. Then, yes. Then after that, now we'll go back now. We now prepare our team of who will represent us in the full negotiation process, who will be our negotiator and other things like that. We'll prepare. Now, I want to say this. So today we did not hear at 200. Yeah. Now, so we start with be about 260. Now we're there about 200. If the Republic we don't already call week today, say that my phone we don't already ring, say that it come fully for. We don't first go for the for the talks on talks, and then the here say we can go. This meeting forget 700 people today. Yeah, we forget 700. I if we talk say we need technical team, we need not only 15. They forget we 50. We will get 50 where they will line up here today. So the problem is say even for a local government, they go call chairman all over the place. They put call the president, put me for that list. I the economist, and the professor, I be this, I know this one, I'm a businessman. You see, but the problem is say many people they are not last minute people, last minute, and when they don't see and before they believe, you tell them say we are progressing, we are putting ourselves together. They say yes. When you say join us, they say oh, are they? Are they? Don't they see things only when they are near, when they are far, they're not here. That's not put in there. So we will be ready for our own way with the people who don't get up. Our cry now is that we will do for fireside, so we see the pot as boy. And I think that we cry now at this time, say, please, if you get this expert, no wait. Now, let us prepare. And I want to prepare the heart for Ambazonian and the men know say this process it take 5 years. If it takes 10 years, I mean the negotiation is there. Go negotiate. After they disagree, they go continue again for war. They fight again for about 1 year, then they come back again for the table. Now so again. Sometimes one thing we make we disagree, whole even 2-3 meetings, no agreement. Because this thing of Nason 2 is man tell me say, may we go surrender to the Republic. It's not gonna happen. We get what we want, or we have no reason to leave. So that's the thing there. So sometimes we will disagree, so we meet again, we not still agree, depending on what the issues are. So if it takes shorter, my prayer is that it takes shorter. All of we like this, no we enter with this energy, we'll get time, no go enter with prayer. No, not going to wait another generation. But the negotiation process sometimes it doesn't go easy, especially when one side feel like their life depends on a good negotiation. Yeah, suppose if they make a bad negotiation, sometimes like public they go all die. So they will go ask for this, push this thing for our own side to put the liability on us, not for them. So we're going to negotiate seriously for make sure we get a deal out of it. Yes, and then they always make effort for sideline week. So we do want to be like the culture of the struggle. So we not be strange for we. There will be more effort to sideline us. I think that's the day. If you be the leader, that's what many people will be at the side. They push or they will work for. Even the Republic, they are trying to do so. They will use whoever they can use to get that done. You see, because see, be smart for we or involve just anybody in the negotiation process. May I give you an example? I know talk plenty. If the Republic they want to make their team, they put Atanganji for them, put Emil Bankwe as part of the team. Then they take which other hitman they for here? They put it for their team. You know what will happen? Right on the negotiation team, some people they will tell and say, you know what? You may be negotiating for La Republic, but after this matter is solved, you are going to jail. And if it twist your hand, if it twist their hand, if it frighten somebody, he say yes, we want to say no. So if he talk say no, we will follow you. And this is your file, get your file, get this one. If we say you don't agree to go this way, we are going to twist you, and you not going to enjoy them. You will suffer this way. So when you get when you get that kind of people inside your team, you are a weak team on the negotiation table. And if the international community get another agenda instead of which way you want them, they are able to twist your hand, twist you people to get what they want just by telling you you don't accept this. You know what? We have you. You are in our hands. So they be ready for give up this, give up that, to negotiate their freedom. So don't send to the table anybody where he hand no clean. Yeah. The job like say you need somebody to make go bail your brother, and that person get police. He get police. They
Warrant of arrest.
Warrant of arrest. If you send it for police, may go bail somebody. Because if you just reach for it, they say, oh yeah, they forget the matter what they just talk about. They say now you will be the final. They just jump for it. They even tell you say Come. If you know can't do this one now, we don't go leave you. You say, okay, I go do, I'm not gonna leave me, I go. So you don't send at the wrong person. So that is the thing. As we compose our group, we open the Ambazonia coalition team for everybody. Not everybody is admissible in this state. If we eventually get to a negotiated settlement, if the mediators believe say some people who are out there are still very, very relevant, they will approach them with our comprehensive negotiated agreement for endorsement. And if they say no, the National Committee knows what to do. Yes. So now so some people said that they declare them as pariah. When they declare you as a pariah, that means say you are an enemy to peace. That one to the world, you are a criminal to the people of the world, for they want peace. Especially when the principals have agreed, and if the agreement is reasonable, then you come out and say no. That means that you want to, they'll know what you could do. And no man will teach man that one. They know what you could do. So it is not smart. Wait what we get for do for avoid saying they know the sideline way. Just do what the principal ought to be doing and remain the principal. Now order. Or say they know we'll try, we'll go put in a law, make law for Ambazonia, say make no man not try bypass IG again. Now lie, they will try. In fact, the day we decide that law, they do the next act to take away the IG. But the thing be said, let us do our job, occupy our space, continue for do what we do. But what brought us here is what will keep us here. Keep on doing what we are doing, occupy the space. Be the one, be the leader and lead. Now that if the one take away anything from us, they can take anything, spew any nonsense. Our leadership is not in words only. Our leadership to be in action. If they want to take away one silent IG, do it very well by taking over and raising money and funding the struggle. We will clap for you. Yeah. It's not by saying that I oppose, I reject, I want this man to go. I fire that person, I fire this one. That's not, you don't fire me. The best way to fire me is to take over, raise some couple of hundreds of thousands, take over the struggle, and then you have fired me or fired the other person, not by a declaration who we can't take employment for a company where you will go fire. No. So how the people who don't really contribute. I just say, well, madam, speak at here, you don't hear that one. Whether we make law way, we go decide in concrete terms which way we go do with for those where they contribute. When we do our background check for airport, we will see their name them for day because they are either there for local government or for county every record day. And what we go do for the people where they not give at all, what they call we say will be amber fools. They will be not get sense. We are stupid. We are this. They call all kind of names. Yes. What will we do with them? Now we start think about it. We get our law where we go proposal. If the Judicial Commission here we will craft this sensible legislation, we will guide we because we will get there sooner or later. The rest of the people then wait Dr. After say wait the rest of the people then wait they for what did they do to move this struggle forward? Well, the answer is nothing. Okay, or I don't know. And then okay, let them try. In fact, we want them to do it either as a group or maybe even we say they don't tell their few members where they or themselves, they don't even go for their local government to contribute. They either contribute directly to their LGA or they contribute indirectly as a group of people. Even to refugees, I don't even know what they do. So that kind of question, let me if you answer that one. Let me. As a commando about how our people the fighters they go fighters who cross over to La Republic and commit some acts. Let it be clear. Let me say this in English. It is not the policy of Ambazonian interim government to go across to go and carry out attacks. That does not serve our goal, and it does not reflect the reason we say we are fighting. But Ambazonia Restoration Forces are allowed to go across the border for preemptive strikes in every war. That's allowed. Preemptive strikes are strikes that target military presence and installations that are a threat, that are used to attack Ambazonia. We are allowed at war to go wherever that may be found to do preemptive strikes, because the best way to defend at times is to go on the offensive, targeted offensive, where you strike preemptively installations that are being used to attack. But it is not our policy to go all over La Republic that we are fighting them because they are fighting us, burn their houses because they are burning our houses, burn their cars because they are burning our cars, target their civilians because they are targeting our civilians. No, that's not the war we are fighting. So that is a policy position of the interim government. And we have made it clear even in our press releases. We will still make it clear every day that that is where we stand. Because our argument is clear, is key. We are a country that attempted to enter into a federation mandated by the United Nations of two states of equal status. We attempted, and that union failed. That experiment failed. We have restored our independence with our internationally recognized boundaries, and we are defending our restored independence. We are forcing the occupier out of our territory. We have reclaimed our country politically. We are reclaiming it militarily to push the occupier out. That is our war, and that we will fight to the end. Our war is not to go out there and target communities in La Republic and begin to kill people and fight them. No. So concerning my friend Gabobga, yes, only one act there, one. IG, as I made it key in my speech, that you cannot build your own house and you give yourself a quit notice. You cannot build your own house and pack yourself out of your house, or a stranger comes or a neighbor comes and give you and put you out of the house. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does not mean, it's total nonsense. So there has been no meeting, no resolution. Even the member of ACT, those who are not present here by proxy and those who are not here, they will tell you that that is the most nonsensical thing to even say. That anybody will sit in the name of ACT and say they have dismissed the IG. What does that mean? You dismiss the IG and remain with what? With who? In terms of the actors in this struggle. Listen, there are two categories of people in this struggle. You have stakeholders and you have actors. The stakeholder is anybody who has a stake in the struggle. Matter of fact, every Ambazonian is a stakeholder because he has a stake. Every family in Ambazonia is a stakeholder. They have their property, they have their farms, they have their houses. They want the struggle to end so that they can live their lives again. We are all stakeholders. But the war shall not end by talking to stakeholders. it has to end by talking to the actors. The actors are those who are fueling the struggle. And that is where we belong. We are actors, the actors of the Ambazonian War of Independence. We are the chief actors. We are not just some stakeholders. So stakeholders decide to say they have dismissed the actors. And then what can they do? You mean call goes down? What can they do? So what I'm trying to tell you is that nobody officially, legally, procedurally, even had any vote to make a decision like that. But I remember that one member who forced himself. Let me tell you this story. Maybe this will make it clearer. When we established ACT in Montreux, we said there shall be a council that will be made up of members which shall contribute from our individual groups, who will be there, who will serve like in a general assembly to examine the issues and discuss issues, and that there will be a chair. This group will have a chair. But that the person that will be the chair of that council must be a leader, must be from a group. He must not be among the independent. That was agreed, and it made all the sense. Because this was an association of associations, you don't expect independence to head it. It has to be headed by somebody who is genuinely representing a group also, to lead a group of groups. So that was the understanding. And it went on where Dr. Elad was the chair one time, and then the chair went down now to APLM. And then from APLM, he was supposed to go to SCNC. Then they said, no, he has to go to one guy in I don't want to call his name here, in Canada, whom my friend Gambobga knows very well. He knows that that person represents himself and him only. Then he is in, and then they insisted that he has to be the next chair, because somehow from Dr. Elad, he has to seem to rotate amongst them. So they started campaigning that that person must be. We said no, we're not against this, but we want an organization. It should be from SCAPO. It should be from non-organization, from SCNC. It should be from, no, we don't want an individual. We know ourselves. If you come here and say you are from an organization, we know whether that organization exists in reality or in theory, we know. So you can come there and make any declaration. Because when that individual came to join the ACT, he came there representing Canada. And Canada, you are the one who sent him there. But when he got there, he emerged with an organization that did not exist. And we know all that from the foundation. So we said, okay, this is the thing. To avoid any trouble, let this thing go to SCNC. Let the chairmanship rotate like that. We will not accept somebody who comes under the guise of representing a group that we know doesn't exist. We know it's just an individual trying to force himself. We will not give this to an individual. That was our protest. And then they insisted that they must have him. We said, okay, if that is the case, the tenure is 6 months for the chair of that council. No communiques, no press releases, nothing should go out carrying our logo signed by that chairperson. And we informed the streets about this. So it was an internal thing. It has nothing to do with the structure. 6 months after, and that tenure ended in April, we informed the Swiss that, you know what, the tenure is over. And now it is time SCNC would take over the leadership, or another organization, not an individual. And they told us that let us proceed and make sure that everything is in order, and let us inform them whatever happens. So Madam Chair is here now representing the SCNC because as of April, the tenure of the other guy who forced himself into leadership ended. She took over, and in some of the fora, some of them said, so she called a meeting. This is rotational. She will be there for the next 6 months. And then she called a meeting. Some of them attended, some did not attend. And then that is how they started thinking maybe this is a way. And then a meeting was held towards April, I think March or so, organized by the USIP, United States Institute for Peace. The man who made himself chair at that time was the one about the organization of that meeting. And they told a lie to the USIP, because I've had meetings with USIP, that IG is not in this meeting because they have resigned. I received an invitation somewhere when I called, they sent me an invitation, late invitation about 4 days before the meeting. And I said, no, I'm not coming. I'm not attending the meeting. I didn't know of this meeting as I was supposed to know. And I'm only getting an invitation because I called. I'm not attending that meeting. But I still made sure that I had a meeting with the team from Susan. But I did not attend that meeting. Then for them to have told a lie that we are not here because we resigned, and if we want to come back, we should apply. So that is how funny. I told them now that no, the only thing the IG can really do, it would have been dissolving the act that we put together. Because we put it together. We got that invitation and we said, come and let us. And then we created the act. If we think that that's not the way to go, we would have been the one to say we have dissolved it. Then they can decide to survive it. So we cannot resign, and that was not the case. The case was not one of resignation. We simply registered our protest that if we don't want to follow the rules that we agreed upon, we will be out of it for the next 6 months. When the chairperson will be properly elected and put in place, we will continue to function together. We're still in the group. We did not leave the groups, our WhatsApp fora and the district fora. We're still chatting and talking there in that group, but we will not attend their meeting unless their so-called chair write something out and say the IG also agreed that. No. So that is what happened. Today, they say that we have been kicked out. Who kicks out who? No. Nobody has been kicked out because nobody was recruited in the first place. Everybody came there by free volition. Do you want to be part of this process? Yes. So who kicks out who? No. Nobody has kicked out the IG from anything. We think we have the power to. We have not also kicked out anybody. Now, there is no official letter that was a result of a resolution of a house fully constituted with quorum to say we don't need the principal again to be part of this process. We fired him. There's no such letter. If there is any trash letter out there, was written by someone individual. Maybe it should be the guy from Canada, and it was very embarrassing to most of the members of ACT because I heard of something like that on social media. It was very embarrassing, even to the one who is championing the fight now against the IG. Was so embarrassed by that letter because it was not something they even decided to do. So it did not happen. It did not happen. There is nothing like we were fired and nothing like we fired anybody. We believe that after this, the people who remain on the reasonable side and have still endorsed the cease process and want to join the principal to work together towards a negotiated settlement, And they are still in our fora. They have not left. I want to say that especially our Telegram forum, they are still there. We are still together until otherwise. So that is the end of my story. Arabian Night Entertainment. I'm going. I'm not going to continue because Comrade Amos can hold me again here to answer Comrade Peter Kobe, to answer Comrade Franklin, to answer Comrade Paddy.
No, I'm not responsible for that. It's all your responsibility, Mr. President.
Madam Chair is here, Dr. Logan is here. He has not slept yet. So.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, take over.
Mr. President, before you hang
go
over, I
on
dream
with
say
the
someone
final
want give money, me you
remarks.
feed the homeless. I dream say some person for here want give small money, say me you go kill the wounded. So you go to your name and ask him. Anyway, I just be talking I dream what I
No,
dream.
just send them, and then send someone to go can reach for act office small do small projects and too. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, all ACT members. Thank you, every Ambazonian. Even the one way they don't sleep, I thank when I also want to come for this family meeting. My call and so because I really family meeting. The Swiss-led process now we own. The Ambazonia struggle now we own. So now family meeting. And when family don't big, sometimes the way you get trouble with your sister, whether a big one or a small one or but when I get for she don't fix them. Yes, as Mr. President talked, it don't give a little bit of the background story why people get information how they say they don't kick IG. Me I ask question I say they way if we can go deny say no be your papa or your mommy be born you, you know they so if IG be being at the principal way they like the papa when I them first embrace like Dr. Tita be talking and then embrace self-defense where it changed the dynamics of our struggle where the Nazi say will be people to contend with, then we not the way you disown your papa. You know, if you talk say you not carry their gene, you carry them. So we carry the gene of Ambazonia. We want independence and our sovereignty, and it go end on negotiation table. But may I put something clearly here? The Swiss government get this organization where they call them HD, Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, when a negotiator, a company where they deal with mediation and negotiation, where they hire them. So you go see them, go talk with we. So when they talk about HD, you talk about Swiss government because the communicate they have been put out to help and facilitate. They serve as facilitators, but they are not the mediators. They are facilitators. So what they do, they have the task also for reach out for Ambazonians, as many as they can to talk with them. So don't be surprised if someone say, oh, we'll be the talk with Swiss government and we'll be the talk because when you talk with HD, it's like you are talking to the Swiss government. So we don't tell them so, we don't tell them so. So it means say we don't kick out IG. So no, they have freedom of association in terms of if they know say you be Ambazonia, even if you get a small women's Njangi group where when I get stake and when I be actors too, they go find out who way you be for bring you. And the good reason why they do this now say once negotiation, we don't come out with the final document. They don't want me all these other small people there for corner, may they become spoilers. So the one try for bring them in if you can come in. Like when I know Egov be denied for a longest time. Then they were they pretend say they don't kick out IG, then they start go back. Then they will come put someone say, hey, Egov be enter act. So heaven not fall down, sky not fall down. Why the Egov see only waited when there was a protest registered. That protest was not only registered by the IG, mark you, it was also registered by the SCNC because they all rejected the fact that you could not have a two-man group, if that one a group or association to be leading ACT. And some of we, I have been in ACT for several years, and we too don't talk say the strength of the different movements is not equal. We know that. And so let us respect those that have the strength and give them the due respect in that council, which is a council. And not necessarily like some people think that it's a government, it's a super government. No, it's not. So I want to thank everybody. Comrade Paddy, I get a question where you be supposed to take some question. You be taken for we more. President don't go. So you go answer now. Now only me have to talk. Comrade Paddy, you're on mute.
Yes, I hear you, madam. I don't know why I never forgive be one of the first people that put my hand. I don't know why I never get the opportunity. Wait till I ask can be important. If we still ask the question, President, we will get an opportunity like this. I think say I've never asked him, but I ask him for emphasis, for make clarity for which we'll get to do and need the image. So I don't think say it will be important for me to ask something because something in the way it then after his speech I want to ask you directly. Okay. Maybe very clear so I won't talk I will not say nothing we talk. So I don't know if you responded.
But invite you, no, invite you. No, you get
okay, proceed. How's the question?
Oh, he's here. I didn't know he was here. Congos are not be cautious.
Yeah, I love Dr. Sako.
Paddy, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. President, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. You just made a statement in your speech, which I would like you to repeat it very clearly. The reason is because our people are watching. Now, for me to help you repeat it, I'll just read what Comrade Bo did on Twitter, I think early today, which we felt that it was very disrespectful, and we do not understand why he would have to do it. So I'll read what Comrade Bo says, and then you'll know how to repeat what you want. I wanted you to repeat it for the emphasis of the news, and so that people will listen, especially for maybe you'll do on for PG. Comrade Bo wrote on Twitter, he said, hang out with us Saturday at this fireside chat for 1, fresh calls to action. They still want to know which kind of action. Number 2, update of what's next and revelations on 3, why the Sako led IG out of ACT. 4, why ACT meetings in Washington with Swiss mediator and US partners excluded Sako, and lots more. It's a total contradiction of which we will only talk this evening. So my question to go around this exclusion by them, or what the IG we don't possibly do, but it's a way to create this kind of divide. And then the last question would be to say, you know, things say as the leader with the talk and these international partners and be very concerned when it comes to like Malobati talk, bringing people together. And then the fear say, we don't first of all get plenty divide. And also we talk after Canada or Toronto conference, say, now only 2 sides there. Either you're for BI side or you're for side. But you know things say, this one way now a public show, say within ACT, though the other members, them not really get stakes on the ground, there is a divide. You know things is not a big concern. And how you intend for address this concern for create more respect, first of all, for your leadership and ability to bring people together, and for the faith or the sake of this struggle we will get there now. Thank you.
Yes. I say that in this struggle, from my experience, we go get many disagreements. But most of the disagreement they would get up they are over exaggerated because for me, they are temporal disagreements and they are superficial. Even the people the way you mention I'm here right now, what is their disagreement about? Okay, that we left the IG, of course, would not, I mean, the act would not leave the act. So the argument now is, no, you left, no, you did not leave. That's a superficial disagreement. The real issue that should divide us is, do they still endorse the Swiss process? If the answer is yes, then where is our disagreement? Why did we even create ACT, first of all? Is it not because we agree on the Swiss process? So now this agreement, you want to tell me the international community is concerned about, did you leave ACT? No, you did not leave ACT. Okay, I left ACT. No, you did not leave ACT. Did you resign? You did not resign. That's no disagreement. The real disagreement, if you tell me now, is if we are called to be in Switzerland, will that same person who did that tweet, will he be with me in Switzerland because I will be there? Will he be there? If the answer is yes, then where is our disagreement? No, so the other question is, they want to create a certain organization or they want to own a certain organization they did not engineer. Okay, good. They can go, we will have so many organizations, so many. They don't want to belong to the one that is loose, that it contains just the people who are agreed we were together in one. So they think that they can take this and run away with because as I figure out some of them, they registered a certain NGO called ACT. So if that's what we want to run with, that for me, it does not amount to any real disagreement. The only day I will know that they don't agree with me again is when the issue of negotiations are concerned. And they say, no, we are not going to be part of it. That's when disagreement comes. So we are bringing people together, but we cannot change them before we bring them together. People are going to be themselves, who they are. And unfortunately, we can't go to heaven to look for angels. We have to work with us, who we are. So well, a human being can only do what he can do. If I did not bring this together and say, please come and let us find a way to meet the Ambazonian as a team, there would have been nothing like this. So what will I do? I'll keep on doing that. Right now, I've not even closed the door. And they said, I am no longer part of ACT. That's a lie. I am. During the days of our protest, instead of telling the international community and the mediator the truth about the story, that for now we did this without informing them because they said that they don't agree with our chair. They want this person not to chair because we had communicated that officially to HT that is managing the issues in the forum. So instead of them to communicate that clearly to UC, but they have not done so, but I have. So UC knows now exactly what happened. So if they can call it any name that we did not. No one is out. You know, he carefully uses the word that says a master of words. He said, why Sako is out of the act. How is out? Or what is Sako is out? That means what? I'm not out. We are not out. The IG is not out. We are not out of the house we created because we still are for the peace process. And we still believe that you may deny the appellation or whatever, if we still agree on the common denominator, which brought us together, the Swiss-led process. It means we are still one and we are still together. Now, any attempt to push us out or consider us as out and consider something else as some, I don't know why people keep fighting for structures. This revolution is not about structures. You create your own organization, I create my organization. It's about the work we do on a daily basis. We created this organization just for a legal identity for us to carry on the business of the struggle. It is not the struggle. The struggle is not the structure. The struggle is what we do to advance our goal on the ground. And so, if they are disagreeing, that's why I said their only disagreement is that the IG is in control. So somehow, IG said we will not be able to work with you on that, will not agree that this person, in violation of our agreement, gentleman's agreement in Montreux, will not be the chair. We will not accept that. It's not right. Then they said, that is what we disagreed. And then they built a mountain from the moon. They are out of the idea. And I told, I would have been in that meeting if not that I protested that you cannot inform me at this short notice. I refuse. I have the email. I protested that I'm not going to be there. They called and called and called. I refused calling my number. I called Dr. Patience and I told her, don't attend the meeting because of the manner in which we have been informed. That's how it was. To say that why we were doing that, I'm sure they have found fabricated some reason from the sky, but that was it. And though I did not meet him, I made sure that we spoke with them. We had our own meeting after their meeting in Washington to make clear some of those things. It was a long meeting. It was attended by IG officials. So to say that we are out of fact, that's a lie. So our agreement, let me beg you people and Ambazonians. Some people are born to talk and talk. They will always talk and contradict themselves. But I want to tell you that listen to us very well. The only disagreement that matters is when we disagree on the table. But if we have not disagreed as far as the table is concerned, allow those things. Tomorrow you will see some of them who will stand somewhere again shaking hands. You say, hey, are you be this? Do you know how many times some of those people were falling out onto you? Some of you thought that we'll never greet again. And then we started greeting, and then we stopped greeting again, and then it happened again. So those are the things. For me, those things are superficial. The most important thing is on our goal. Our goal here is to sit as a team, not as individuals or the leader only, talking with La Republique as soon as they present themselves on the table, facilitating that process. That is our goal. If we are still in agreement on that, then we are together, we are on the same side. Yes. So that's the fact. That's what it is.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, it's back to you.
Yeah, you have the floor, Marvin. Yeah, just
okay. He's muted. I see two hands. Comrade Peter and Comrade Franklin. I beg una just talk 1 minute each, and then if you go past 1 minute, I will just mute you because we're supposed to close now in about 3 minutes. I don't unmute una, so now unmute una so.
Yes, all protocols were respected. Greetings, Madam Chair Lady. Greetings to the President. I just have a question. Considering the fact that La Republique is aware of what they're going to lose, and they know that it is so huge that they might consider not attending the Swiss negotiations. Do they have a formula to force them to attend? That's my question.
Yes, our firepower on the ground.
Our firepower on the ground.
You know, you follow our fines. Mami Ebu, they don't answer you. That's one of the two. The international community also has more tools that they can use when La République keeps playing. But remember, this Swiss-led process is a process where we have both agreed that we will meet without any preconditions. And any party can withdraw at any time. But if they continue to say they are in for the process and continue to drag their feet, the international community has other tools that they can use. They will not make it clear. You may just see some of them. Remember in the days of South Africa, how they had so many um, um, economic, um, they gave them a lot of economic sanctions. Um, a few countries didn't follow, but which I know France will not. But it eventually forced the apartheid regime to see to it the importance of doing what they did, coming to the negotiation table. Thank you. I don't have to let Mr. President for that one quick. Comrade Peter. Comrade Peter. I think you have been unmuted. So, Comrade Peter, are you still there, or else we will be saying our closing prayer, except Mr. President has one last remark. But I want to make an announcement while Comrade Peter is finding his microphone. There is going to be continuous engagement with Team Ambazonia and Ambazonia people on different platforms. One of them is we have a show now on ABC. The frequency of that will be determined, like we would prefer maybe every other week. This week we are having the town hall meeting, and so tomorrow. Yes.
I think Comrade Peter is, the mic is on now.
Okay, Comrade Peter, go ahead before I make my announcement. I was about to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you to everybody that has spoken. Thank you to the President. Actually, I just wanted to add something before I ask my question. And I think that somebody already asked the question. The question was about, do you have any other plan B just in case La Republique is still dragging its leg to come over to the table? So somebody already answered. I wanted to say that when it comes to negotiation, everybody that is listening, tell La Republique du Cameroon that anything that they have in this world, be it the reserve in the French bank or what they have as to the palace, when the time comes, we're going to be shared into two. Because we came in as two countries of equal status. So whatever they are doing, whatever they have as a reserve, military hardware, anything, when it comes to that time, we are going to share that into two. When we left Nigeria, Nigeria gave us a lot of things to come and start up life, and they took it away from us. When we are coming to the negotiation table, they should know that whatever they have, they are going to share. Even if to the palace will be shared into two. Thank you.
Thank you. I know one year to the palace. Because calculating that the money they will own, but I know one year palace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade
Madam
Peter.
Speaker, maybe some side comment for that one, as we people to listen for home front. I don't even think so we're supposed to be excited about sharing into two, because in a country where we'll be a minority in number, but we be a majority in economic potential.
Yes.
At least 60% of whatever the economy is all about is from us. Resource resources, natural resources, even human resources. And what Cameroon get as reserve, they get debts, very huge debts, and nobody is even willing to, they will not know which generation will pay the debt. So that statement, I'd not really be very excited about them, though if it really be reality, no point.
I think I'm cutting the party.
No, I had my hand up.
We said we were going to wrap it up at the top of the hour. For home front now, it's kind of really late, and people in Europe, we don't want to keep them. Irene,
Yes.
whatever is it a 1 minute?
Please, I just have something to say here. I know that we are all here, and I will talk this one up for Pidgin now. I'm sure say if we get some visitors, they don't come out for house. Oh, I just wanted to say that we're the only ones. We are our own resources right now. We are our own bank right now. Please, please, as you come to these meetings, remember that Mami Godi I was here and she made a plea. We have a lot of wounded warriors. We have our brothers that are languishing in the dungeons of La République du Cameroon. I go always beg money. That's the job that I do for this revolution, and nobody will stop me at any time. So please, if your heart touches you, reach out to me, reach out to Ma Victorine, reach out to Nijo, reach out to Chairman Claude, reach out to Comrade Bono, and just give us whatever you think, anything that you feel like giving us today from this town hall will go towards the wounded warriors. We have a lot of them suffering. Some of them held captive in hospital beds because they cannot even pay the bills. And La Republique has actually gone in and killed some of our great fighters because they were in the hospitals, they couldn't pay the bills, and they were located. So as your heart touches you, please, please, and you feel like giving something to help our wounded warriors, I'll be more than happy. Thank you so much, Ma Winifred, for letting me talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we had closed the line for questions or comments anymore. I have just one last announcement that I have to stop. We're going to be having a show on ABC on Fridays. It's going to be called um, Team Ambazonia, the negotiation table. That's the name of the show. It's going to be some of us in ARC are going to be main speakers. You saw Dr. Mungwa and Dr. Elat last Friday, and we'll also bring some experts on that show and people who have also walked through a process of negotiation, and those who are experts to educate us and to inform us how negotiations kind of work, and we'll learn from their own errors and what they regretted, and so we can also understand. We will not become experts, but it will be an informational. It will be in a place where we will hear and know what people expect, so that more not get drowned. Things say, it don't too stay, it don't too drag on, so we can keep the fire going on home front, and let the people know that put them for una. Most often, some of the training the we don't get them. I mean, ask some questions. Say, so when negotiations start, when I want us to stop all the fire power, they say no, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, because that is where they see your value. So I just want us to come to this, watch the ABC Team Ambazonia, the negotiation table, and then also come to the town hall that we'll be having. So we'll alternate the town hall and the show so that we cover bases. That will be a wonderful thing for a while. And then as time goes on, we will send out flyers as well. So I'm not being rude to not take your hand. I just want to let us know that it's late, and let's be respectful as we said so. So right now, I will thank moderator, um, my moderator, my your combi, or not your combi, now your ex. Comrade Amos, thank you for moderating.
Yeah, my ex don't sleep.
Thank everyone who participated. And with that, I want to call upon Pastor Victor to give us the closing prayer, and have a wonderful weekend and enjoy ABC Amba TV as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the President, the Vice, and every member of Cabinet and Interim House that has been on this show. Just to add one word to what Ma Irene said before I pray, what is important is it is those who sponsor the revolution that have a voice in the act. You don't fight position in the act when you don't have any firepower on the ground. And the firepower is what you and I are doing for our people. And just to close up, please, Ambazonians, don't be moved by announcements from individuals that the IG has been kicked out. If Switch announces something like that, then take it serious, not individuals. So please stay calm and know that you are interim government, and Act is working on your behalf. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, Father of our Lord Jesus, what a blessed time to be with your people, the people of Ambazonia, Southern Cameroons. What a time of exposition. Thank you, Lord, for Team Act, for Madam Chair, and all that put this meeting together, for our president and the entire team to educate us, Ambazonians, on exactly the stakes of where we are now in this revolution. We give you back all the glory, Father, for the wisdom you've, oh God, inspired our president and those on this panel to have answered every question. Thank you, Lord, for their patience to hear from every one of us. We give you the glory because this is the process of nation building, where we don't hide stuff behind the door or under the carpet, but bring it forward so that everyone knows where we are and where we are going. Thank you for their transparency, oh God. And Lord, we stand this day to declare that any form of attacks on this ACT team and the IG, which we have seen down memory lane, and the recent one is this one from Boheber and the rest. Lord, we are frustrating their endeavors. May they learn from the lessons of those who began to plot coups against this IG, that the Lord is fighting for this IG invisibly, and that no one having a contrary spirit other than that which we want to go to Boya can ever succeed. And therefore, Lord, we destroy and bury any coup or any plot to destroy this IG and to sabotage this IG and the acting. We therefore pray, oh God, that as they have remained relevant, those that went and asked for switch to come and help and negotiate with La Republique, may they continue to be relevant, may they continue to act and do that which will bring Ambazonia to a nation of independence and liberty. We thank you therefore, Lord, as they promise us that these meetings are going to continue. We pray for more inspiration, we pray for more wisdom to them to enlighten us continuously. Thank you, Lord, for those who have been contributing. Lord, we are asking, even as we have heard from Mamiko the Eye and many others, our sister, my eye, Father, touch the hearts of your people to continue to sow and to continue to give bountifully to the sponsoring of this revolution and to fasten our going to Boya. We thank you for tonight. We ask that you will bless every one of your sons and daughters on this forum, even those who have slept off, bless them abundantly as we pray this with thanksgiving in Jesus' name. And may God's people say a big amen.
Amen.
God bless you all. Thank you so much. It was an awesome meeting. Wow.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Thanks.